watching Medfield TV, community shows.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting for Wednesday evening, March 13th. As always, this meeting is being video recorded, and we will begin with a moment of appreciation for our troops serving in the Middle East and around the world. Thank you. Our first order of business is our interviews with the two police chief candidates recommended by the Police Chief Study Committee. I forgot last night that we were supposed to randomly draw the order of the interviews last evening dramatically during the meeting. And so I apologize for forgetting that. It was done this morning with the town clerk and Evelyn at Town Hall. And we will proceed in the order of the draw that happened this morning. The way this will work, with respect to each candidate, the board will interview that candidate. If you have any questions you would like us to consider asking, there is a round high table over here behind the lectern. There are note cards on that table. If you'd like to write a question for us to consider asking, you can write your question on the note card as legibly as possible, hand it over to Evelyn, it'll get passed down to us, and then each of us will take a look at it and decide whether we want to ask the question or not. There will not be a public question and answer period as part of this process. After the first interview is concluded, we'll move to the second interview, and then we'll move to our discussion of the candidates and the positions as reflected in the interview. When that's done, we'll get to the remainder of our agenda tonight, which relates primarily to the budget. I'm going to ask Bob Conlon, the chairman of the search committee, to introduce our first candidate.
Thank you, Mike. Our first candidate is Michelle Gett. Michelle is employed with the City of Providence Police Department for 21 years. She has most recently been promoted to captain. Michelle?
Captain, welcome. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you'd like to say at the start before we jump into questions?
I do. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, let us introduce ourselves because we don't have our name tags.
Sure.
I'm Mike Marcucci. I'm the chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
I'm Gus Morby, also a member of the Board of Selectmen.
My name is Osler Peterson. My dad was Osler too, so I've always been called Pete.
Great.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to say is I just wanted to express my condolences to the town and the community. I know you suffered a rather significant loss with your former town administrator. It's clear to me that Mr. Sullivan, after 4 decades of service, was highly regarded in this town, and I'm sure it was a bit of a shock, and it was felt throughout the community. So please accept my condolences on that. The second thing I'd like to say is I wanted to thank the selection committee for their support in my candidacy. I could tell you that the process was extremely professional. I felt welcomed throughout the entire process. I thought communication was excellent, and their dedication to vet out the candidates was superior. So my thanks to them. Other than that, I'm happy to sit here. I'm excited about the prospect of being the next chief of police in Medfield, and I would love to answer whatever questions you have for me.
Great. Thank you, Rich. We'll start with Pete.
So, Captain, I'm looking at your cover letter that you sent in, and you said you were the recipient of the Ethical Courage Award, and I was just curious as to what that was.
That's correct, sir. So during my tenure as a police officer, our department had unfortunately had a number of scandals involving how we applied our promotional testing process. It had been discovered previous to this incident that testing materials had been randomly given to certain applicants so that they could be successful in their endeavors. We thought we had come to the end of the scandal, and through a rather innocuous conversation that I had with a patrolman one day, it was determined that the outside source material, which was to remain secret until the announcement of the test, had been divulged to this officer. It involved one of our union members. I was very torn by this information. I went home and I felt pretty uncomfortable about the situation, and I think it was that level of discomfort that let me know that I needed to make the right decision. So I reported the incident through the chain of command. I was confident, based on the parties involved, that there hadn't been malicious intent, but ultimately it was a disservice to the officers who had signed up for the promotional test that some people had the material in advance. At the end of the day, we were able to resolve the matter. They changed the material and pushed back the testing date. I later was found out I had been submitted for the Ethical Courage Award out of Plano, Texas, by the Law Enforcement Administration, Justice Studies, where I was the 7th recipient in 11 years for this award. I attended the seminar for a week where I became an ethics instructor, and at the conclusion of the seminar was awarded this honor.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
The next thing that I wanted to ask you about was, you said my work developing a POST, Certified Training Academy. I have no idea what that means.
Yep, so that's our police officers' standards for training. It's essentially an organization, the commission, that oversees that all of our curriculum meets not only the state requirements, but the national best practices for police training. So we developed our curriculum not only in line with what national best practices were, but we did some enhancement in areas that we knew we were falling short in. Some of our community demands, such as cultural diversity, some crisis response training for our most vulnerable populations, suicidal, mental illness, drug use. And we enhanced those programs in that curriculum. We presented it to the post board, where it was overwhelmingly accepted. Therefore, our police academy became a post-certified academy, so we can transfer anywhere within the state.
So I'm always interested in when people develop something. There was some training that existed before. Was that how it worked, and then you developed something new?
Yes, so the Providence Police Department holds its own police academy. It's designed just because of our unique needs, being an urban capital city within the state. The training itself was excellent, but there's always room for improvement. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't staying so narrowly focused on what our needs were, that we weren't looking globally at what the national best practices would be. And that allowed us to explore various technology, new tools for less lethal munitions, some of the significant changes in how we use force and how we engage the public in our open records philosophies. So we implemented those changes into our program. I think we enhanced a lot of our critical areas, and as a result, we were able to achieve the status.
So is that when you were the training bureau? I'm looking at your resume, and you're talking about implementing and delivering all in-service training. Is that when you did that, or?
So I worked at the training academy in 2 different roles. I was there as a staff member, putting through academy classes, and then I went back as the deputy director of training for the bulk of my career as a sergeant.
Okay. Let's see, the next thing I wanted to ask you about was problem-solving strategies for the reduction of quality of life concerns and disorder. I didn't know exactly what that meant,
So with problem solving, I think we need to take a multifaceted approach. And the first approach is engaging the community. Police can be focused on what we think the problems are, but the community members oftentimes have a very different opinion of what they think their problems are. For example, our department is focused on violent crime. I could tell you at community meetings, their focus is on speeding. So it's important for us to engage the community in regular open meetings where they get to know a district commander or myself, the captain, and that they can openly express to us what their quality of life concerns are. The second phase of this program is that we ask them the types of ways they would like us to address the problems. Essentially, the police department is an agency that works for the community. So it's for us to have buy-in on our program and affect true change, that has to be supported by the community. We have to go in and do the type of policing using the types of strategies that they want us to use. So those meetings help us to build a plan. And then the final step is obviously to go out to put the program into motion and then to assess it and see if we've been successful.
So you go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just, and if we haven't, then we revisit it again and we try it a different way.
So you need to figure out what the community wants, and so you go and meet with the community to figure out what it is that they want
Oh,
and
absolutely.
need.
Yeah,
All right.
the community, this is who we work for. The community is who we work for, and their expectations of us should be met.
Yeah. So if you were hired in Medfield, would that be the sort of exercise that you would plan on doing here then?
It would absolutely be one of the exercises I would do here. The first thing I would do is want to speak to the department, every member, civilian and otherwise, civilian and sworn. I'd like to get to know them, to know what their strengths and weaknesses are and where they see their community. And then I'd like to go out into the community and hold a number of small meetings, formal or informal, where we can sit down and talk. That may even be just having a cup of coffee with some of the stakeholders and getting a gauge on how the community feels their police department is doing and what areas we can improve upon and deliver the services that they're looking for. But they should be an active part in that conversation.
So you mentioned speeding, and we did a community, the committee did a community survey, and one of the things that got a lot of mention was speeding. Do you have any ideas on how to handle speeding in a town like Medfield?
I do. So you have a really unique situation before you right now. You have a couple of larger multi-unit housing developments coming into town. I believe the Legion is the most recent, which is going to be 54 units, if I read correctly. With that, you have to understand there's going to be increased population and increased traffic. So I think that you have to take a three-pronged approach to the traffic issues here. The first being that these newer developments should have adequate signing and some traffic calming devices, so speed sleds, good signing, potentially speed bumps if necessary, so that we educate our newest community members into what the expectations of their driving performance is. I think your second prong has to be involved in the schools. You have young drivers coming out of the high school, so I think if we can come in and assist in some of the education and driver's education, then we can impress those good values and good driving habits early on. And then I think your strict enforcement really should come with your transit population. It's going to be a fundamental message to tell people traveling through Medfield that they need to respect this town as if it were their own. So that's where I would do probably my more punitive or traffic enforcement.
So a couple chiefs ago, Chief Hurley had an issue of speeding on Indian Hill Road, which is a road that goes up into Norfolk. And he actually took down all the license numbers and figured out where the cars were coming from. And he discovered that, as Pogo said, the enemy is us. We were the speeders.
And that's not uncommon. Sometimes our squeakiest wheel is the one that's racing down the road. But again, this is where that good community relations comes into play. So if you're at meetings and these are the complaints, and then lo and behold, these are the individuals who are part of the problem, then I think that opens a different dialogue to reshape how we address it.
So as I got all the information from the committee, which was a lot of information, one of the things I've discovered is how little I know about policing. Now, you just referred to something that was like a speed sledge or something, and I have no idea what that is. Can you tell me?
Sure. So there are multiple names for it, but essentially you've seen these 100 times. It's a device that's set up that will flash the person's speed,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
it will alert them if they're speeding.
Yeah.
It's a visual that allows people to recognize that they may be exceeding the speed in the posted area.
Then on your resume, I had a couple questions on that too. So I was trying to figure out what it is that you do as a lieutenant and now as a captain, what it is that you've been doing there. And you said the officer in charge of the Patrol Bureau Day Relief, history and developing, implementing innovative operational programs, policies, procedures, training curriculums. So can you just tell me a sort of quick summary of what it is that you do when you go to work every day?
Well, my role has since changed, but in that capacity, my goal was to go in and make sure that my officers under my command, so at any given time, 60 to 80 officers,
Yeah.
were delivering police services in a timely fashion, that they were taking reports as necessary, effecting arrests as necessary, and that we were allocating our personnel in the most fiscally responsible way we could, trying not to have overtime overages, so some personnel management. The other
So
thing,
were you in charge of all of the patrol officers for Providence?
I am right now, yes. So I have.
But as a lieutenant, you were not.
I was in charge of the day relief, so that was, again, between 60 and 80 officers and another 20 civilian personnel. And now I'm in charge of all three reliefs, so I have slightly over 220 people.
Okay. And then how about What sort of experience have you had with budgeting, policies and procedures and those sorts of things?
As the commanding officer for the Mounted Command, I had a personal budget for my unit of just over $1 million. I'm familiar with line item budgets as well as capital budgets. And last year, I was tasked with the department to complete our core functions budget for the entire $79 million budget for our agency.
So does that mean that you were in charge of the developing that budget for the whole 79 million, or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, oh, okay. You had something that you said you initiated CALEA accreditation. Again, I don't know, have a clue as to what that is. So I'm curious.
CALEA accreditation is much like, I believe you have IMPAC here. So it is the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Coalition or Commission here. It's essentially an organization that does checks and balances as to whether your policies and practices are conforming with national best practices and that you are maintaining them and ensuring that they're being followed. So it's like I said, it's checks and balances based on proofs. So you say you do something and then you show proof that you do it. Medfield is a participating member. I believe you've done a self-assessment. If I were to be fortunate enough to get this position, I think that as an organization, we could look at our policies and achieve the next level of accreditation. It allows the public to have confidence that their police department is meeting those national best practices and that the officers who work there are following them.
Okay. You mentioned that you developed and implemented a web-based scheduling and payroll system. Anything to do with technology use always interests me because I think that there are a lot of efficiencies that can be garnered from that. That hadn't existed before then, apparently. And
It did not. We
you
had
just
a
created it.
sign-in book back from the Stone Ages. I think we probably have the first sign-in book for the police department. So what we did was we built a program out with the assistance of a company called Kronos. They assisted us in building out a program that we could staff our personnel, and that allowed us to put everyone into their assignments and then be able to see shortages prior to them occurring. So instead of coming in the morning and finding out that I'm short personnel, I could forecast out days, weeks, months, an event. So if we had a large-scale event coming, I could see what my staffing was going to be for the day and then make the determination on how I wanted to allocate personnel. That program is still being utilized by our department. It was just revamped this week. And it now also controls all of our payroll. So that all of the data we have in there imports over to Larson, which is our payroll function, and people get paid based on what their schedule said they worked.
So, I mean, you're probably not a coding person, are you? You probably worked with a software engineer to.
I learned a lot more about coding than I wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was interested that your degree from Roger Williams was just a couple of years ago. So you obviously went back to school.
I did. I was fortunate enough as a teenager to have a scholarship for college, and I decided it would be so much more fun to go live in New York City for a while. My father didn't quite share my enthusiasm with that decision. And then afterwards, I ended up getting on the police department with just a high school diploma. My career was successful by any measure. I was enjoying myself. I didn't think that I saw the need for it. But as I decided to pursue advancement within the department, I recognized that there was a tremendous amount of value to having an education. I have two daughters, one age 23 and one age 7. I like a challenge. And I wanted my oldest daughter to see that the value in education as well. So we went back together.
Oh, very cool.
So
Did you go to the same school together?
we did not.
Oh, that
No,
would've been-
that might have been a little too close for her comfort.
Yeah, she might not have wanted that.
I think everyone wants their police officer parent to be with them at college.
thought I had another question, but I seem to have lost it, so I guess I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll be sitting here, so.
All right.
Great.
If you think of
I'll
it,
give it-
Pete, I'll think about giving you another shot.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Guys.
My turn. First question, where'd you learn to ride a horse?
I learned when I took over the mounted command, so I was a very old, scared rider.
Okay.
And our horses are all Clydesdales.
Yep.
So our largest is 19 hands at 2,400 pounds. So that was a fun ride. But I said, if I'm going to ask people to go out and do something for me, then I should have an appreciation for how difficult that is.
Okay, just was curious if you're in charge of the unit. It's like, I wonder where you picked up horseback riding.
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
Okay. I'm going to ask a little, I thought Pete did a pretty nice job of going through your resume, but I have different kind of questions here. To start with, I'm just curious, as you look back on your career, if you could describe one of the most complex, challenging public safety situations you've been involved in.
Absolutely. So just over a year ago, it did make national news. Our agency, along with several other agencies, was involved in the highway shooting of a suspect who had stolen a state police cruiser. We had information, credible information, that the suspect had entered into another vehicle. We didn't know if he had stolen that one as well. Our department enacted several motor vehicle stops that were determined not to be the suspect, and ultimately attempted to pull over a pickup truck that failed to stop. Based on the information that we had, the danger to the community, I made a decision to permit the pursuit to continue. Our speeds were exceptional. He was going into a congested area. At that time, I instructed several cars to come into the area because police chases and three ways, they give up, they crash, or they get away. Knowing that he was going into a highly congested area, I felt that collision was going to be the most likely answer. I diverted all of my resources, so every car in the city was called out to it. Once we stopped the vehicle, he began to ram an innocent citizen, trying to push her out of the way. He attempted to run over several of our officers, and ultimately we had an officer-involved shooting, multi-agency, with in excess of 43 rounds discharged across a national highway, or an interstate highway. So I shut the highway down. We obviously rendered aid as needed. The driver of the vehicle, unfortunately, was not the suspect we were looking for. He was fleeing from us from a previous crime he had committed. We had a passenger who was seriously injured as a result as well. It was a complex case because it was multi-agency. It's obviously on the highway, and to make a decision to shut down an interstate highway is not an easy one, I promise you. The crime scene expanded over quite a large area with the 43 rounds, so that presented its own challenges. I also wanted to make sure that I safeguarded my officers, so the officers that I had who had been involved in the shooting, I ensured that they went to the hospital, received medical care for any stress or anxiety, and contacted the union to go ahead and get a union attorney available to them so that we could get statements as soon as possible. The end result is that the pursuit was determined to be within policy, and our officers were all cleared from any wrongdoing through a grand jury procedure.
And it sounds like the role that you played in that was you were basically controlling the tactical activity. I'm not sure if you're in charge of everything, absolutely, but you were in charge of the on-the-ground decisions that were being made.
I was, from start to finish, and I was the officer in charge of the scene until the chief arrived.
Okay. Slightly different question, not necessarily focused on an event. As you reflect back on your career, what would be one of the more significant leadership actions or initiatives that you've undertaken that you would look at and go, this was a place where I was really doing a good job of leading something that was important to make happen?
My tenure at the police academy was such a phenomenal opportunity for me. First of all, I enjoy the aspect of teaching, so there's a draw for it. But ultimately, when you have 60 recruits sitting in front of you, and they are so excited to have those shoes on and that uniform, their enthusiasm is contagious. So it's a fantastic opportunity, and I embraced it to serve as a true mentor to these new officers, to try and guide them into the types of honest and ethical policing that our department holds as its standard. And those mentorships, obviously my role was a bit more firm at the time, but we established strong mentorship programs, strong friendships, and I've had these officers continue to seek my advice throughout. So it was a real opportunity to take a leadership role with our newest and most enthusiastic officers.
Looking more broadly and more reflectively, what drew you into law enforcement in the first place?
So my father, who recently passed away, would love for me to tell you it was him. He was in the Air Force as a security police officer. But truthfully, we had a little scuffle one day, and I had a police officer come to my school to bring me home to talk to my father, to mediate it. And while I was in the car with him, we kind of just started chatting. I was probably 16 at the time, a little rebellious. And he sided with my father, of course. That was not a surprise to me. And as luck would have it, the two of them became lifelong friends. So as I got to be a little bit older, we got to know each other. And finally he said, you know, I think you'd be a good police officer. And he put the bug in my ear, and that was all it took.
You're in the Providence Police Department right now and have been for a long time. And it's a large department. I think you said it was the second largest in New England, as I recall. And I grew up in Seekonk, so I'm pretty familiar with Providence. Yeah. It's a big city. It has lots of kind of big city activities that go with it, large police department. And here at Medfield, if I were just looking at the two, I would say this is like downshifting about 3 gears and popping the clutch. What's motivated you to do that? What's your reflections on why you're doing it and what the implications or, observations about that?
I'm so glad you asked this. I have enjoyed an incredible career in Providence. I've seen some crazy things. I've had a great trajectory. My career is going well. I'm moving in the right direction. But at the end of the day, I want to take what I've learned in this urban setting. I think there are a lot of transferable theories and strategies and programs that can be applied to a small town policing. For me to have the opportunity to come in as the chief of police and take what I've learned as a Providence police officer and apply it to the quality of life issues that I face every day, that I experience, I'm only a couple of towns over. I think this area is regional. I think that we have an obligation to keep our streets safe so that our kids can ride on the sidewalk, that I want to know that if I accidentally forget to lock my door, I'm not going to be worried that it's going to get broken into. So to have an opportunity to come in and do policing in a town that mirrors my own was just too unique an experience for me to pass up. This is the only position I've applied for. It's the only one I felt that I would really be thrilled to take on the challenge.
You've had a chance here to at least become somewhat familiar with the town. You've gone through the process, and it sounds like you probably have paid some attention to what's gone on here. And I assume that you've tried to the extent you've been able to, gain some sense of the police force and how policing works here in Medfield. If I were to ask you to, arbitrarily, you can go make it longer than this, but 3, in your impression, I realize it's an impression, 3 kind of positive things that have jumped out at you about this town, particularly as it relates to let's broaden it to public safety. In 3 areas that as you look at it, you'd say, I think these are areas that we could improve in. What would they be?
So when I look at your calls for service, average around 1,000 calls for service a year, it's clear to me that violent crime is very low in town. So kudos to not just the police department, but for the community, right? Because that, again, is a conversation that takes place between the police and the community. So violent crime is phenomenal. I think that your officers are handling their calls professionally, and I know that because I look at the webpage and I see how residents come by and they drop off food at the holidays. Those are the type of gestures from a community that truly appreciates what their officers do. So right on point for that. I think that they're highly respected and regarded in that way. Lastly, when I was presented with the panel interview with the selection committee, I asked them to describe the police department in one word. And all of those words really revolved around being highly competent, very motivated, all the types of things as any police chief would want to hear. The three things that I think you have facing your community that I would be most interested to address, obviously the multi-unit properties you have coming. I think there are some challenges that are going to be presented. I don't think that has to be a negative thing. I think there are adjustments, right? So we have increased people, more kids going to school, more drivers on the street. We will ultimately have more fire, EMS, and police calls as a result. So that's one thing that I think we should do some predictive policing and forecast out what those challenges might be so that we're ready to meet them head on. I think that traffic is a main concern for the town of Medfield. It's a main concern for me. I have a 7-year-old. I want her to ride her bike on the street. So I think that we need to have a large focus on our traffic enforcement and how we mitigate accidents and other violations. And the last thing I'd like to do is be more engaged with the school system. I think when we talk about our youth, we're talking about some of our most vulnerable population. They're susceptible to anything from drug use to bullying, drug use in particular right now. And I think that engaging them with the police department and other forms of government allows them to have some civic responsibility. I think there are very creative ways we can do that through teen academies, mentorship programs, sports programs. But I'd like to have our officers be engaged in that process. So those would be the three areas I'd focus on.
Just a side comment on that one, having had kids they're now college or beyond, but one observation just to reinforce that. I think the way I've looked at Medfield, there's all the issues that police have to help with, but I think if we've done something well with the tone of the police department and the chief, I don't think the youth in this town view the police department as an enemy force to be evaded or avoided. There's a fundamental, it is a decent town, there's decent people in it, but it's a fundamental view of police as, well, if I needed help, that's where I would go. And I think I think that for a lot of people in town, that's an important thing. Reinforces what you said, but that's just to reinforce it even more. That's, I think, a very important part of, and if we don't have the highest percentage of population under 18 this particular year, we must be in the top 5, and we have been literally the entire state, the top highest percentage of population are 18 or below. So it's really a town that.
Well, it's a testament to your school system.
Yeah. Or our procreative capabilities. I don't know, but it was.
I'm glad you said that.
That's right.
Let's stick with the schools, guys.
Yeah, let's stick with the schools.
Yeah.
All right. I have one last question.
Yes.
You've gone through a 7-month process. You've had a chance, you've been evaluated. You've had a chance to talk to people, and you've had a chance to look at the town. And as much as we're looking at who it is we'd like to invite to become our police chief, you're also looking to say, this looks good, but am I sure this is the right place for me? And we're the selectmen. What questions do you have for us?
I think the biggest question, and I asked this to the selection committee, is this is going to be arguably one of the bigger decisions you make for your town, hiring a police chief. I mean, it impacts so many people's lives, right? So I would want to know my role. I should start by saying it's my impression that you have an exceptional police department right now. I think that every good department can be great and every great department can achieve excellence. So is that the path that you would like me to take, or are you looking for a change agent, somebody to bring in new technologies, new ideas, new programs? That would be kind of what I'd be asking.
We may all take a crack at it, but I asked the question, so I should probably answer it first. I think your assessment that it's a good department is good, is on the mark, and every interaction I've had with the police personally that my kids have had all reinforce the professionalism, courtesy, quiet competence, friendliness, all of those things. in a small town with a small department. There's probably some good ideas out there that just because it's a small town with a small department, the likelihood that some of those ideas that somebody would have seen them is low just because there's not that many people who've done it. So I think the experience you've had in Providence and the things that you've seen, I would expect would be, in fact, beneficial. From my standpoint, I don't think we're looking to bring somebody in to fix something that needs to be broken or to transform something that's not what we like. I like the idea of what you talked about, that a good department can become great and a great department can become excellent. And you didn't mention it, but I also think that the idea, this is just a general comment or perception that it's probably only formed for me in the last 6 months, is that in the interest of our town employees across the board, but in this case the police department, making sure that we're providing viable career opportunities to develop, and that can go with excellence as well. That if you're in a vibrant organization that's progressing, people may over time do whatever they do because the opportunities come in, but having that vibrant, lively organization and in a town that's prepared to support the development of the people in the organization, as opposed to just everybody's in their comfort zone and in their own little position on the cliff. I think that's a way for us to improve the town.
To that end, change can be difficult for any organization. But I would say this: when you have an outsider come in, you have an individual who has no preconceived notions about any employee. So it's an opportunity for every person within the department to actually start their career again, fresh. I am a proponent of career development. I think that for officer wellness, for the efficiency of the operation, I think that of the organization, that we have to identify what people's desires, strengths, and capabilities are, and then try and allocate them into positions that enhance their capabilities so that they can flourish. And I think that allows for greater job satisfaction in the workforce. And I think it allows the organization to continue to grow, so it doesn't stay stagnant. But most importantly, it allows for fiscally responsible, efficient delivery of police services.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Pete, do you want to answer that question?
No.
Yeah, I will largely agree with Gus. I think in looking at the different departments in town, and we've gone through a fairly rapid period of transition. If you looked since 2013, with the hiring of a new police chief, we will have replaced all of the heads of all of our departments, who collectively in 2013 had more than 100 years of service to the town. And this has been really a kind of generational shift in leadership in the town. And in looking at the departments, I would say, if you'd asked me at the outset which of the departments are more in need of a lot of change or less in need of a lot of change, I would have put the police department on the less in need of a lot of change category. Of those, how they run, how things are, the kind of issues you have. And so I would say we're not looking for a significant amount of I don't know, radical is the wrong word, but it's not we don't need transformational change. I think incremental change, building on what has been successful over a long period of time. That would be my impression of it. That was would have been my impression 6 years ago. I think that was still my impression from serving on the board and what oversight role we have with respect to the police department. So, and I think in terms of the number of complaints and negative feedback you get from the department, that's probably the lowest of any that I hear from.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
now you want to answer.
Yeah. All right. So one of the things that we got all these materials, and some of them were from the officers themselves. And so what I learned from the reading the officers' comments was that it reminded me, I had a client years ago who was an officer in Newton, and I asked him just offhandedly, how long does it take to get to be a sergeant at Newton? And he said 20. Oh no, he was on the night shift. And I said, how long does it take to get to the day shift? And the answer was something like 25 years. And so some of the comments that I got read from the officers were about the difficulty in a small department of having advancement opportunities. We don't have a lot of positions for people to do different things. Do you have any suggestions on how to solve that in a small department?
Well, I think I mean, first and foremost, any types of changes, especially when you talk about moving personnel, that has to be in conjunction with the union. I think that that's a good first place to start, is to have that symbiotic relationship where we're working towards the same goal. That being said, when you have a limited number of advancement opportunities in terms of rank structure, I think what you have to do is create positions and movement within a department that allow officers to have opportunities to do policing in a different way, to learn a new skill, to not get stuck in a rut. So when you give them opportunities to move laterally into different positions, and you do that on a regular basis, then you get a more well-rounded officer, you get a happier officer, right? And that should be our primary goal within the department, is to have a workforce that enjoys coming in every day and feels as though they're well taken care of. And it allows people to maybe find out where their niche might be. So career development, career path, I think, is an important way to keep some of that that boredom at bay.
So how do you do that without impacting the budget too much then?
Well, I think that these positions are already there. It's just about allowing people to experience them, right? So if you have a position that is already at the school, I know you have a school resource officer.
Yeah, we've
Maybe
got a
that's
police
something.
prosecutor, but I don't know if are you gonna cycle people through those, or?
I think there has to be some continuity with it, but I would say that we do a brief period of time where we cycle a second officer in to learn a new skill set. And that's how I think you get away with that. I'd have to sit down with the union and see what some of the collective bargaining language is in terms of compensatory time or volunteering, that type of thing. But ultimately, that's why I would bring the union in, so that we could come up with a plan that kind of fits everybody's needs, but allows for that interagency movement and that lateral movement.
Did you see that there are any positions that we don't have that we could add that would create that type of career advancement for the officers?
You know, from what I gather right now, the department is efficiently run. I think that I would be reluctant to say what positions you need without talking to the community first, because that's really where that answer is going to come from. Where is the need? And then we determine whether we can create a position to address that need.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, great. They both asked some of my questions, so I'm going to jump around a little bit.
Sure.
So I apologize. I had a very nice logical flow to these questions at one point, but I'm not going to repeat anything.
We're not going to talk about procreation, though, right?
Certainly not.
Okay.
Certainly not.
I don't know, Mike.
No. So in your career, what are you looking back on it? What do you see as your most significant failure as an officer, and what did you learn from it?
My significant failure.
Your most significant failure in your career, what did you learn from it?
It would go back to my earlier years. I think officers, there tends to be a pattern that takes place, a chronological pattern in terms of a person's their cockiness, so to speak. So right about my 4 or 5 year mark, I was working undercover in narcotics. I had a great partner whom I enjoyed immensely. But I allowed maybe a little bit of overconfidence to affect the working relationship with the supervisor. I have since learned, as I've grown through the department, that his interaction with me was for my own benefit. I was just too stubborn to see it at the time, and gratefully grew out of that. Now, as a supervisor at many different ranks, I experienced what he experienced that very day. So I'd say it was a failure on my part to navigate a good supervisor-subordinate relationship.
Mm-hmm. All right. And as you may know, with respect to this search, that some residents and members of the department have respected preference that the current deputy chief and acting chief be appointed as police chief. Mm-hmm. If you're hired, he'll still be the deputy chief of police. And how would you manage that relationship and win the respect of the officers who preferred somebody else?
Well, I can say this. I had an opportunity to speak to John at length at the assessment center. We were locked in a room for 8 hours together, so you do have some conversation that takes place. I found him to be probably one of the most genuine people that I had the pleasure of speaking with that day, and I felt as though we had a connection in terms of kind of our shared beliefs and philosophies. I would be more than excited to have the opportunity to work with him. And it would be integral to my success to have him at my side, helping to guide me with some of the inner workings of the department, to help me develop some of the relationships outside of the department with the stakeholders. I think that it gives the organization some continuity with their leadership as well. So my goal would be to bring him on as a trusted confidant and somebody that we could work together to achieve what we establish our goals to be.
Do you think that the budget for the police department and the size of the force is appropriate for a town of this size and the issues that we face?
So your budget is just slightly over $2 million. The greater portion of that is obviously payroll. That's at any organization. I actually found that your operating budget looks very efficient. So I'm a bit interested to see how you've managed to do that. So I think
sometimes in public speak, efficient means you think it's too low. Right? Efficient is one of those that sounds good. And, well, it's
I'm going to stick with
efficient
efficient,
and
though.
lean.
Lean. I like that better. No, I think I was very impressed by it. So I am truly interested to see how you keep your operating budget so low. I think it's on point right now, and without getting into the inner workings and the clockwork of it, I wouldn't have an educated statement to say where I think it needs to be, but at face value, at first blush, it seemed right on point.
And based on what you know so far, and you may give a similar answer to this question, do you have any changes in mind for your first year if you were hired as police chief?
I think that any changes that take place are going to be community driven. For me personally, my goal is to come in and let the community know right away that this organization is going to continue to provide effective services to them, and that whatever their expectations are, they're going to be pleasantly surprised with the changes we make. But the community is going to drive any of those first year decisions, unless I enter the organization and see something that I see as grossly neglectful or inappropriate for proper functioning. That would have to be something gross for me to make a significant internal change.
Now, if you're hired, do you intend to retire and collect a pension from Rhode Island while serving as chief of Medfield?
Yes, I do.
What level of oversight do you think is appropriate for the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator over the police department?
I think that the police and the Board of Selectmen need to have a very intricate relationship. At the end of the day, I serve at your pleasure, and it's my job to make sure that you are well informed of any incident that's occurring within the organization, especially one where the town may bear some liability on. I think that regular meetings between us would be something, because again, that allows for the exchange of information. You're going to hear complaints perhaps quicker than I will, so to have that exchange of information between us, I think is
Depends
good.
on the nature of the complaint.
So there's a competition there.
And I think that, I've read your town's goals, your selectmen's goals for the town. I think that that's an important conversation for us to maintain so that we make sure that the agency or the police department is in line with your goals.
But how do you balance that, though, with sort of the sensitive work that you're doing, right? Because this is something I struggle with as a selectman is, we have oversight over all these departments. Most of what goes on in a lot of the departments, we can know pretty much what goes on, right? It's not that controversial. A lot of stuff you deal with in the police department, sensitive, confidential, there's a lot of regulation around it. So how do you, and you hear stuff, you hear rumors, you hear complaints, but a lot of times you're not going to be able to come tell us, oh, by the way, this is the status of this investigation, this is what happened at this particular house. I mean, how do you strike that balance?
I think you have to look at it, and so your public disclosure information to the media in particular is actually very rigid. So once an arrest has been effected, there's a certain amount of information that can be given. We all obviously embrace the redaction of information for any sexual assault complaints or children involved. The status of an investigation, I would actually give regular updates to. Perhaps not disclosing the investigative techniques that we might be using, but the overall summary of a case and where we see ourselves going with it and our planned or anticipated conclusion, I think would be a conversation that we would have. And then at the end of the day, if there was something where the town was about to bear some liability, then there would have to be more open disclosure, just to make sure that we've protected our organization and the town as a whole.
If, in the event something happened in town, if there was a significant incident where the conduct of the police department was called into question, I mean, what would be your approach to dealing with that and the level of investigation, disclosure to the public and to the board that you would have?
Well, first of all, I would welcome the information as quickly as we could get it. And that's an important thing, is that if our officers have done something that's perceived to be unethical or improper or quite unfortunate, criminal in nature, then I want the community to know that we have an open door policy. So that is going to be first and foremost. I think that any investigation needs to be thoroughly vetted. I believe that if it is of such magnitude that it would create discord within our own department, that I would consider an outside agency to come in and conduct a unified or a combined review so that we had some objectiveness in our investigation. If the actions, so we all make mistakes, right? We make honest mistakes, and then we make deviant mistakes. Where our officers make honest mistakes, I think these are mistakes that we can deal with on an internal level with, very little recourse in terms of we could do counseling, retraining, maybe some punitive, but that would pretty much be in a progressive system. Deviant mistakes are those mistakes that our organization cannot accept. They are unethical, they are criminal in nature, and they won't be tolerated by myself and hopefully not by my staff. Those types of actions we would immediately investigate. If it was determined our officers had acted criminally in any way, we would send the case over to the AG for review, and I would make a recommendation for separation.
As you may know, under Massachusetts law, local police chiefs have a lot of discretion on the issuance of gun permits, concealed carry permits, and the like. So what is your philosophy about dealing with that, and have you had any experience with that at all in your career so far?
So our gun permits go directly through our chief as well now, so that is not something at my level that I have experience with. My philosophy on it is simple. I believe in the Second Amendment right. I think that responsible gun ownership is acceptable. And I say responsible because I do think that individuals should have an opportunity to protect their homes, protect their property, their families. In terms of carry permits, I think that the individual in question has to be a member of good standing, obviously free from any type of violent crime. Domestics are a clear indicator. A domestic violence situation is a clear indicator that we wouldn't issue a permit. And they have to express sufficient need for it. So is it to protect a business? Is there some legitimate need? And those would pretty much be the guiding principles I would start with.
I have nothing else. Peter, you got anything further?
I was curious as to what college you got the scholarship from.
Wesleyan,
Wesleyan?
yes.
Belichick's alma mater.
Yeah, well, one of my childhood friends' alma mater too. You're in Rhode Island, and does Rhode Island have the equivalent of a Quinn bill?
They do not.
Okay. Do you have any opinion about the use of cameras for policing, for traffic enforcement?
For traffic enforcement, so we utilize them in the city of Providence. We have both speed cameras and automated traffic light cameras. They provide a valuable service to our city. I don't know that they necessarily reduce the occurrence of the violation. They do generate money, certainly, but I happen to be a believer that an interaction with a police officer is a much healthier way to go about that. I think that discretion is one of the key components of being a police officer, and just because somebody is speeding or may have run a red light, we don't know the circumstances or the why if we've only utilized the camera. And now we've inconvenienced the person to come in and appear for a court date. I think every opportunity that our officers have to engage in traffic stops can be a positive encounter with the citizen. So that's where I think my focus would be. If you're just speaking to traffic cameras, like I said, if you've identified 1 or 2 areas that you have people running lights and it's causing traffic collisions and we can see that there's a safety need for it, then I would strongly support that. But just for enforcement purposes, I'm a little more metered on my response.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the best way in a town like Medfield to deal with speeding?
Speeding is about education, signage, and enforcement. I mean, that's really, there's no secret recipe to it. You have to be visible, you have to be out there, and you have to be visible in many different ways, right? So the signs, the speed sleds, and then the enforcement. So you give
okay.
people an opportunity to recognize that you are about to engage in an enforcement activity, you sign for it, you announce that it's click it or ticket program, or that we're going to be doing enforcement in this area. You give them the speed sled as a warning indicator, and then you go to enforcement as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I think that's it. We very much appreciate your coming in. Thank you for
Yes.
your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We did not have any written questions handed up, so that's why we didn't ask them. Bob is going to get our next candidate. But again, to the extent anyone has questions that you would like asked in round 2 that you didn't hear asked in round 1, feel free to utilize the note cards over on the table.
Take some work to make sure I spelled that last name. It's not making it.
I didn't want to ask them. Come on over and say.
Gus Morby. Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Mike Marcucci. Mike. Nice to meet you. Peterson. Nice to meet you. All right, Mr. Conlon, you're on again.
Great. I'd like to introduce Brian Pitari. Brian is a 29-year veteran with Cheshire, Connecticut Police Department. His current role is Deputy Chief of Police.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Do you have any opening statements or comments you'd like to make?
No, I think we can get right into it.
Right into it, okay.
Everyone, I think, is familiar with my resume and my background, so. I think
Okay. There you go.
Thank you. So I guess the first question I would have is, after 29 years in one department, why are you leaving?
Well, several years ago, I really realized the vision that I wanted to be a police chief. Only 1% of any police department, and 1% of any police officer is going to rise to the rank of a police position. Within my own agency, we had brought in an outside chief who's pretty close in age to I am. And so he's going to be there for a while. He's only been there for a few years and about 7 years. He's not going to be retiring anytime soon. So I began to look for other departments and other communities that I felt I would be a fit for. Ones that I felt would benefit from my experience, my education, and my training. I've worked very hard to get myself to that pinnacle, to be a police chief, and I'm ready, and I think Medfield will be an outstanding fit for my skills and abilities.
So you just mentioned your education. I was curious that you were pursuing your education recently, fairly recently. You got your BS in 2016.
Correct.
What was it that got you started on doing your education?
I had put off my education for a while, having kids and how expensive kids can be. My priority was getting them through. I put them through private high schools. Felt that was the right thing for my family at that time. And then in 2013, I was given the opportunity by my chief to attend the Southern Police Institute at the University of Louisville. It's a 12-week college-level program that brings police executives from all over the country. We had officers from Alaska, Texas, Florida, Alabama, New England. I was one of the first people from the New England region to have been to the Southern Police Institute in about 25 years, so I was very excited to get that opportunity. Being exposed to the level of the competition, for lack of a better way of saying it, really looking at my counterparts in other agencies and where they were and what they've been able to accomplish, really spurred me to continue to seek my education. So I came back and I immediately went back to school. I had gone to school years ago, and then during my career I had really focused on position-specific training within my organization, stuff that would meet the needs of my agency based on my current assignment. But after the University of Louisville, I came back, I enrolled, finished my bachelor's degree. Since the completion of my bachelor's degree, I've also attended the Senior Management Institute for Police through the Police Executive Research Forum. We have long names for everything. So that would be the SMIP PERF here at Boston University, which again brings executives from all over the country, some of the top law enforcement people in our industry, to share ideas and really exchange ideas and have discussions on policing principles, policing approaches, and things of that nature. And pretty much contemporaneous with that, I enrolled for my master's degree. I'm more than halfway through my MBA program with a specialization in human resources management through Fitchburg State here in Massachusetts. So that's really where my education is.
And why are you getting the MBA?
I'm looking to be a police executive. I think that completes my resume.
Okay.
I really think it rounds me out. I've had a significant interest in the human resource elements. I'm sure we may get into some of this. I've done a lot of work with the hiring process and the human resource elements of what goes on within my own agency with significant success. And it was just something that really, as a side, as a complementary degree, I felt that would be beneficial to me.
So you mentioned significant success. Can you tell me what that was about?
Absolutely.
That sounds very interesting.
So shortly after my promotion to deputy chief, I had been given the complete control of our human resources, our hiring process.
For the whole department, or?
For my agency, yes, for the entire department. And I had sat on the hiring panels in the past under previous leadership, but now I was given the reins. So what I did is I looked at a holistic approach to how we do our hiring. In law enforcement in general, there's a significant turnover in police agencies. Departments are having a hard time getting and retaining new talent. I saw that as a significant challenge. So what I did is I tried to look at how can we get better fits to our agency to get people in the door and get them to stick. So what I did is I threw out what we'd done in the past, where we had done, obviously, most departments do this similarly, written tests, oral interviews, and then background investigations. I got rid of the written scores. I gave a baseline as opposed to ranking them based on their written scores, because it was my opinion that the written score is not really reflective always of ability. Sometimes some people are a very good test taker, but when you interview them, they come to stand out. So we took our baseline of a 70, a passing score, and then I prompted my 3 lieutenants, my command staff. I said, go through the passing scores, and I want you to find those individuals that have the same, appear to have the same values and same backgrounds that we feel would create future leadership within our organization. Find people with military backgrounds, strong educational backgrounds, people who've committed themselves, even long periods of time in one employment to show that they have a commitment to what they're trying to accomplish. Look for people with team sport backgrounds because we're really building a team. We're trying to build a unified group to move the agency forward. That being said, since we've enacted, well, let me back up a little bit. After that, we do our interviews. I have my staff go through the interviews and get their top 4 or 5 that we feel are really good. And then when we find the person that we want, what we did then is we tried to find a way to develop a connection between the officer we're bringing in the building to our building. I think that's really important. I think it's lost in a lot of agencies now. We brought them in, and basically when they came in for this secondary follow-up interview, if we're pretty sure that this was the person we wanted, I encouraged them to bring, some of them are young, so bring your mother and father in, bring your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, your wife, your kids, whatever. I want you at the table. I want them to understand what my expectations are going to be for you moving forward in this agency. I want to hear what their expectations are for what our agency can do for you moving forward. And I really think that's developed a huge connection with them. So since the implementation of my process, so to speak, I've only lost 2 officers to other agencies. Those officers in Connecticut, we don't have a unified pension system, a unified retirement system. Each individual municipality or city is responsible for funding that themselves. We had negotiated away several years ago the pension benefit for our officers, and they left for agencies that still maintained a pension benefit. So it was a financial reason, not necessarily a fit reason. Similarly,
So
over the
you had it like a 401K instead of a
correct,
defined benefit?
correct, a 401K, and we've still been making tweaks to that to ensure that we're giving them adequate benefits that are on somewhat par with their senior officers. But since I've made my changes, not only have I had significant success in maintaining these officers and bringing them in, I've also seen diversity in my agency go from about 5% to over 27% in 5 years. And that does include my female hiring staff. My female staff has been increased as well in that diversity hire. And just really the last point on that, to show the example of the testing process that I spoke to earlier. We had one of our officers that we had hired. He had scored only a 71 on his written test at the end of the police academy. He came out number 1 in every single area except for firearms. So, but we can work on that. That's a skill. So again, I believe that my approach has worked and been successful.
So how long ago did you implement that approach?
Just over 5 years, and we've hired roughly over that time 15 to 17 officers in those 5 years.
Lost 2 of them?
And only lost 2, yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. So I saw that there are 2 assistant chiefs in Cheshire.
No, sir. Chief and a deputy chief. That's the command
Oh,
structure.
okay. I thought at one point I saw that you were one of 2 or something. I thought that was deputy. Or one of 2 non-union command staff members that participate in grievance proceedings. And
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought that meant 1 or 2.
The chief and I are the
assistant
only
chiefs.
2 non-union members within the agency.
Oh, I see, all right. So as the one deputy chief then, it sounds like you're responsible for running the department pretty much, is that the way it works?
Correct. I run operations and the chief handles a large portion of the business end of what we do.
Yeah. Do you, as part of running operations, do you do the budgets at all?
Yes, I have significant experience in the budget, and while I say the chief, and I say with all due respect to my chief, he and I have an outstanding working relationship. He gives me a great deal of latitude and has given me a great amount of support to be able to get to the position that I am in
Yeah.
here today. So I just want to,
How long has he been there?
just about 8 years, 7 to 8 years,
8
yes.
years? Okay.
Yes, when I had taken over, and again, I keep going back to around 2015, when I was promoted to deputy chief. Our agency had seen significant turnover in a very short period of time. Upon my initial promotion to deputy chief, I had no lieutenants underneath me. I had to, we were in the process of promoting and movement and things of that nature. So during that interim time, I had to run all 3 divisions. And then as the lieutenants came on, and the way my agency is set, most of my sergeants, except for one, work out of our patrol division. So none had really been exposed to our support services, which includes traffic and detective units, as school resource officer, things of that nature, administration and patrol. So I had to work with each of the 3 lieutenants to develop their individual skill sets within their individual commands, as well as get them up to speed on how to establish their budget, manage their budget, and really run the budgeting process. I believe that's.
So before that, there just weren't lieutenants, is that?
No, there were, but again, we had experienced some significant turnover. I was a lieutenant that gotten promoted, another lieutenant had left for the private sector. So we really, when I had gotten promoted, I was left with no command staff in place.
And so in addition to the operational budget, you have experience with capital budgets too, I see.
Correct. I set it all, I developed the budget with my lieutenants. My belief is my role as the deputy chief is to develop the budget to the fullest extent that I can, making the cuts, the changes, any additions. I implemented a system where any changes to an individual divisional budget requires, if there's an increase, requires some sort of an explanation on my lieutenant's behalf, a narrative response to indicate that maybe we consolidated 2 different accounts, maybe we moved money from one to another, perhaps there was a hiring change or an equipment change that required an additional expenditure. So they provide me explanation in narrative form. My job is to coordinate all this and give the chief a completed budget. By the time it gets to the chief's desk, in my opinion, he shouldn't have to go through the individual line items to have it ready to present for council or hear the selectmen or the warrants committee. So by the time it gets to the chief, he's just making the smallest possible changes, and he and I go to present that before the town administration. Capital budget as well. We manage the capital budget. I also handle, and again, I've trained my staff on how to do this, which has taken some burden off of me. But handling grant management, my agency brings in roughly per year about somewhere between $80,000 and $120,000 in budgeted, grant funding through the state of Connecticut's Department of Transportation, federal monies, and philanthropic organizations, which we've been able to expand our services with no impact to the town's bottom line.
So one of the things in the answers to the questions that were given to you by the assessment committee, or the search committee, I guess it is, sorry. You mentioned demonstrable success in developing staff and creating leaders. Can you just expand on that, what that
Absolutely.
entailed?
So again, I had inherited no command staff underneath me. I had, as a lieutenant, I had worked with the sergeants, but when I had come back again from University of Louisville, I identified the fact that we hadn't really done a great job in preparing our staff to move forward in all areas. My leadership, the high-end leadership, while I work with them in mentoring and coaching to develop their individual skill sets, there's something to be said for formalized training programs. So one of the things I did is, for the lieutenant's level, my executive level, I worked with a leader from another agency in Connecticut, and the Southern Police Institute has a secondary program, secondary to the one that I have, and it's called the Command Officers Development Course. While it's a staple in the southern states, it had never been before offered in New England. So with that, we brought that program to New England, and since that time, it's now been offered twice. It's now being offered a third time to any executive level management position officer in the New England region. We've had over 80 people get through that, including every single one of my executive command staff has been allowed to participate in that, and that's 12 weeks, a 12-week program, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, again, bringing in police leaders from all over the country.
I don't know, when you say executive command staff, is that sergeants?
My lieutenants.
lieutenants
Just
and
my
captains?
lieutenants. When it comes to my sergeants, again, the training was lacking somewhat. While we provide them frontline supervision, first-line supervision programs, I didn't think that was adequate. So I contacted the FBI. FBI has what they call a trilogy program, which really handles 3 different levels: frontline supervision, mid-management, and executive management. One of the things I did there is I brought the FBI executive program to Cheshire, offered it to all my sergeants. As the deputy chief, I actually negotiated, I used the word negotiate, I discussed with the union. I went out and actually covered the patrol shift so that my sergeants could be relieved from duty to be able to attend this program. I thought it was essential that I set that example for what I expect them to do for their staff. So they all went through that first line. I've gotten half of my staff through the second line and a few also through the third line, so all 3 different levels. Another thing that I did is we had the opportunity to promote our first female supervisor in my agency, in the history of the agency. You know, I recognized that she's going to be challenged with different, she's been given different challenges than her male counterparts without question. And while I can counsel her and mentor her in many different aspects of leadership of a law enforcement agency, there's some things I'm just not going to be able to help her with. So I found a women's leadership program for her, and we sent her there, and she was able to develop mentors, female chiefs from different parts of the country that she can now use as a resource when she is challenged or has a question or concern. She has somebody to bounce her concepts and her ideas off of and try to get feedback in that area as well. So I've really worked very hard to develop all that staff. And then if I take it down to the very bottom level, I don't think as the chief, it's not just my responsibility to develop my leadership command, my executive command for upward mobility. I look to identify my patrol officer staff and my specialists. I don't want to, they may be very happy in their position. They may be very happy being a traffic officer or a narcotics officer. So what I do is I find the best possible programs for them to be able to develop them horizontally, so that they can be the best officer in that position they possibly can be, which, again, they can now be used as a resource for any of my officers in any of their assignments.
Yeah. So one of the things that I discovered as I was reading the submissions that we got from some of the officers is that in our department, we don't have that many opportunities for them to do different things. Do you have any ideas of how you would deal with that?
Right. We, you know, you have to look to enrich where you can, enrich the work environment. As the chief, you know, my job, your job, you have to recognize that not everybody is going to get every single opportunity that comes along. You have to be able to spend the time out of your office mentoring them, coaching them, trying to develop those skill sets yourself, showing up at crime scenes, showing up at crash scenes, working those scenes alongside your officers. If you know, I'm also an accident reconstructionist from my earlier years. I still find great joy in going out working with the crash teams. And again, I don't mean to say I enjoy having to go to crashes, but I enjoy working with my younger staff to develop their skills and just show them small things, small bits to try to enrich their day-to-day, to try to keep them engaged. I also encourage my officers, well, it may not be a training program, but it may be something that's near and dear to their heart, be it the Special Olympics, participating in getting the agency involved with Special Olympics issues. We have a RAD program, which is a self-defense program for women. I had a couple of my female officers came to me. They felt that was very important at the time based on some incidents that we had been dealing with. We supported them. We found them the training when it was not only prudent for the agency, but also fiscally for the agency. And they now provide that training, and we've just recently expanded that to include high school female seniors going off to college.
Oh, great.
And we've offered it to our senior center for our senior residents
Yeah.
as well. So it's really just about letting them find their niche and giving them the opportunity to develop that and really be the best officer they can be.
Yeah, so when you're in the self-defense program, how many events are there? Is it a
They
one-night
run-
thing, or is it several?
They run that program several times per year. It averages about 15 to, and it depends on how many instructors I have available
Is
and
it
how
just a
many.
one-evening program?
It's one night or 2 nights a week for 4 or 5 weeks,
Yeah, okay.
and it really it builds upon itself. And then the senior program, we just got our officers certified in the senior program. They've taught it now at the senior center, and we also have a large assisted living facility in town, we've offered it there as well, and that's, they keep asking it for more.
And what's the program with the seniors? Is it a self-defense?
It is
thing as
also
well?
just a very basic self-defense.
Okay.
It's nothing, too taxing, but it's just something to give them also a little peace of mind as well.
Yeah, good. So you mentioned involving members of the community in the decision-making. How would you suggest that we do that in Medfield?
Well, a bunch of different ways. First and foremost, if given the opportunity, as the chief, I'm gonna wanna get to every single meeting. I'm gonna wanna be at the Board of Selectmen meetings. I'm gonna wanna be at the Board of Education meetings, historical meetings, till
I
the.
think you might want to rephrase that you intend to be at those meetings. Otherwise, we may not believe you. Go
I
ahead.
intend to be at those meetings. But no, my intention is to make as many of those meetings as I can, particularly, right out of the gate. I believe it's important for people to start identifying with me as part of the community. I mean, it would be a figurehead, a very visible department head in the town. People need to understand that I'm there for them. Secondarily, my intention would be to try to engage the community through social media avenues to try to get out information as quickly and as often as possible. 60% of people no longer get their news from traditional media. They get it through social media. So it's important, I think, for police agencies to engage whether it's via Twitter, via Facebook, via a town-run app, which there's several of those. Another thing I'd be doing is I'd be hosting at least one or two nights a month. I would be having open night at the building. I will have open hours at night for people to come in to have free time to speak with me. Maybe they don't want to do it publicly or don't want to bring it up at a meeting in this venue, but I will be having evening hours as well to be able to engage the people at that end. Similarly, the police department is just an extension of the chief. I'd be looking to develop programs such as Citizens Police Academy to educate the public on what it is and why we do things, provide as much transparency to what our agency is doing. And then also similar to these other programs that I already spoke to. And I know, you have a school resource officer. That's essential as far as getting in touch with the youth in the schools. So I'd be, I'm a strong supporter of that program as well.
So I think one of our main police problems or issues in town is speeding. Do you have any idea of how you would deal with making speeding happen less
Absolutely.
often?
So the community that I come from, while we're about twice the geographic size and twice the population, we're extremely similar. Cheshire and Medfield are extreme. I was really amazed at how similar the two communities are. Highly engaged community, strong school systems. The tax base is all based really around property taxes and things. There's no real commercial drivers or things like that nature. And similarly, when it comes to crime, there is no, while the concern of crime is there and you're going to have sporadic crime, the larger applications to combating crime through analysis, temporal geographic approaches, hot spotting, things of that nature, they don't work in these types of communities by and large. What the residents are really concerned in and what's going to push an agency in a community like this, like the one I'm coming from, are traffic issues. Our leading complaint in my town is speeding cars. I look at, speeding to impact a traffic issue, and again, traffic is really my background. To impact any traffic issue, there's really three things that you have to look at: it's engineering, enforcement, and education. So engineering is obviously the most expensive of the three, so we try to avoid that as much as we can.
The changing the roads, you mean?
Changing the roads, reconstructing the roads. I've experimented, I hate to use the word experimented, but I've been given the ability to make changes to certain things within my realm in Cheshire. One of the things we did was we installed what they call peripheral transverse markings, which are a traffic calming technique. They had
Sight lines and things like that?
they're lines on the side of the road that are spaced at set intervals, and the closer to the area you want to reduce speed, the closer the intervals become. And it gives the appearance of not only a narrower roadway, but it also gives the appearance that you're going faster even if you're maintaining your speed. Very relatively low cost to try. It didn't have lasting effects. But we reduced initially, the speed went down about 7 miles per hour in the area that we were looking at. But it didn't, as soon as people got used to it and the road started to fade a little bit, it kind of went away. I believe that you have to have a very visible presence in motor vehicle enforcement. I'm not saying you have to hand out a lot of tickets. I'm saying you need to be visible. Contacts with the public, be it just a warning, be it an infraction, be it a citation, things of that nature. That's part of it from the enforcement. The other thing is education. Some of the things that I've employed that are actually relatively low cost are speed feedback signs, which not only allow us to get data. Those are the signs that are on the side of the road. They just flash your speed. But those allow us to collect data so we can actually pinpoint when the highest speeds are, which are usually, commuter hours. And I'm sure in this town, if I was to look at your data now, I'd say your speeds on 25-mile roads average somewhere between 37 and 43 miles per hour, which is about average for a rural community. So again, there's multiple different approaches to combating speeding and combating traffic issues as a whole.
Yeah. Do you think that cameras have any place in that?
I don't
Cameras to deal with speeding or people running red lights?
I'm not a supporter of cameras. They have their place. And again, I'm pretty transparent. I believe that cameras are really more of a revenue generator. There's not a deterrent effect. In the state of Connecticut, we employ cameras on school buses. The only thing I found is that we're giving out tickets based on those cameras in the exact same locations every single day. The point of enforcement is not to generate revenue. The point of enforcement is to try to gain compliance and try to make the roadways safer for everybody.
So the cameras on the school buses are catching people that aren't stopping for the...
Correct. But they're all at the same exact locations, and we've had discussions with the bus company saying, let's just move the bus stop. Because the kids, if we can't have an impact based on issuing the citations, the proper thing to do would be to move the bus stop to a safer location. And, we're still working through some of that.
Thanks, those are all the questions that I think I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
It sounds, from your resume, from the comments you've made, it sounds like you've had the opportunity over your career to not only work within your own department, but also to come in contact with other departments. It sounds like you've run some programs where people have come in from other departments. Besides your own department, are there any particular police departments that, from your observations, stick out to you as a exemplary department? And if so, what is it about them that kind of catches your attention?
Well, I could run off several here, but to give context, I don't know if it would be Farmington. I'm going to use mostly Connecticut agencies. I can use some of the larger agencies. Port St. Lucie Police Department. I have a very good friend there who's the assistant chief. They're really revolutionizing how they approach crime and crime reporting through what they call a stratified policing model, which entails officer accountability at different levels within the organization for different, to explain it, police officers are required for those small, quick-term incidents to, I'll use accidents as an example. They respond to the accident, they document, they investigate, but then the sergeant's job, the next level up should be looking at, are we having patterns developing in a given area? And then it gets to the next step up, and they're saying, what is the causation of the patterns and how can we impact that? So, that really is an outstanding, because they're applying everything that is, they're applying data, they're applying officer resources and education, they're applying everything really to combat a given issue. So I think they're one of the more outstanding departments. In my state, the town of Farmington, they're one of the first accredited agencies. Their chief is highly engaged with the community, and again, I think a successful police agency is one that is working in conjunction with the community. They have a high level of engagement. They approach criminal issues and other issues in a cooperative fashion. And they take their direction from the general public. I really think that's that area. And once you get past the community input, it's my job to apply sound policing principles to combat the issue on behalf of the public.
Okay. As you look back over your career, what was one of the I'll say worst, but let's put it most challenging situations that you found yourself in, where you as a leader of a department or of a division, or as a leader within the police department, where you had to kind of lead this group out of that mess? And what was the mess, and what did
Okay.
you do?
Well, we had, roughly starting in 2005, we had significant turmoil within the agency. We had a chief who passed away unexpectedly of a heart attack. And he was beloved. He was a long-standing member of the department. His replacement came from inside, and he too passed away a year later of a cardiac condition. They appointed a third chief. That chief's tenure was marked with turmoil and internal issues and personality conflicts, and it culminated in a vote of no confidence in that chief. It was a very ugly time in our agency, not one that I'm happy to have had to go through. Then speaking to the chief that had come in now, who's in place now, they had done a search. They brought the chief in from the outside, and he came from a much larger agency. He came from the city of Hartford. When he came in, at that point I was a lieutenant in charge of a division, and I could see the problems. We had hired a bunch of younger officers. We had lost significant, not only formal leadership within the agency, but informal leaders, our veterans that we really relied on to kind of keep the masses calm and keep everybody on an even keel. So I kind of took up that mantle myself, and I worked with the chief. The chief had been given one of his marching orders when he was hired was we're going to redo all the policies, procedures, look for accreditation, things of that nature. And that, again, created some anxiety within the department for change. But there's two things police officers like, and it's change and staying the same. So it was a difficult line to go. They wanted the change, but then the rest of them wanted to. It was kind of a mess for a while. So I worked with the chief, and I worked as a bridge between the chief and the union to kind of quell the masses, to get them to understand that this is part of the process. We have to move forward. The only way we're going to be able to move forward is if we do it in a unified manner with the chief. That was one area where I think my both a formal role and my informal role as a leader within the agency helped us get through that time. And right now, I really think our agency is flourishing.
Okay. You raised the issue of union. It sounds like in your department, it's just you and the chief that are non-union. Everyone else is in the union. In the experience that you've had in working with union, we obviously have a union as well. Do you have any kind of personal, I guess I could say, philosophy or rules that you live by in terms of what it takes to, as a member of management, to effectively work with the union?
Right. It's communication. Mm-hmm. Everything you do as a leader and trying to motivate personnel is about communication. I meet on a daily basis. I touch base with every division within my agency. I meet with as many officers as are in the building. I'll go out on the road and I'll check officers on construction details and things of that nature. I meet with the union president on a daily basis, kind of just as an informal, what do you got going? What are your concerns? Come to me first. Let's have a discussion before it gets to the point of being a grievance. Sometimes these issues are born out of miscommunication. They're born out of, rumor mill, rank and file. I really think that it's important to engage the union. The union have as much of a stake in the success of an agency as the chief does or as the community does. And normally everybody has the best interest at heart. One area that I can, to illustrate that is, we had just recently implemented body-worn cameras. Pretty much every department's going to be having those within the next few years, I'm sure. One of the things we did is we engaged the union right out of the gate. We gave them a seat at the table. We gave them our version of what the policy is, and we told them, go ahead, do your research, let's come back, and let's work together to get a policy that we can both live with. And we made some changes. Some of the changes we thought were, from management point, we didn't think we thought were relatively silly. They were changes of just a word that really didn't change the context. But it was important to the union, and it worked. And we now have a policy that has worked fantastic. We've had no real issues. There's been no real discipline born out of violations of that policy. So it was important to give them that seat at the table and give them their voice.
Okay. Something I've never totally understood in terms of what our own department has done with when there's new hiring. There's a civil service process and there's a formal process of following that. And there are civil service lists, and I think in couple of occasions when we've looked to hire somebody, I think we've asked or we've opted out of the major list to basically go off a local list. You talked about some of your own, exams or ways that you evaluated people that were the ones you came up with. Could you comment on? Could you comment on your view about the formal structure of the civil service system? Where it's useful, where it's not useful, whether you use it, just kind of how that formal part plays. My sense was within our own department that when we go local, the good news is we've got control. The bad news is if there was somebody really good out there, the door's not open for them. On the other hand, we're not subject to just kind of a bureaucratic process that's giving us an answer coming out of the machine.
Right.
How do you see that?
I think that process, I think, works outstanding for large agencies that have to fill a significant amount of bodies in a short period of time. It gives them a viable list that they can go from to fill those vacancies. From a smaller agency, again, you're competing with other towns. By the time you get through that list, you could be, your top candidate could now be taken by top candidate for 5 or 6 other departments. I personally prefer local control. I think it gives you a little bit better understanding of the, and again, I like to take my time with my new hires. I want to make sure that they are the fit. If I'm just given a list of 5 people, and again, our hiring standards in Connecticut are somewhat different. I mean, we're allowed to conduct polygraphs on, and I'm not sure here, but my understanding is in Massachusetts you cannot conduct a polygraph. So by the time we get through and we pick our one, if they wash out at the very end, we're lost for 8 to 10 months before we can get another body. So really, I like the ability to actually have that kind of face-to-face, build a personal connection, and really get to know the candidate better than just how they came out on the score. I really don't think those written scores and how they're always applied are indicative of future success for a candidate.
Okay. And then let me stick with the topic of development then. I work in the business world, so development's a little different than in a police department. But one of the interesting dilemmas, or challenge, it's not a dilemma, it's just an issue. When you get a young, energetic new person coming into a job, they come in with a set of talents and skills, some of which you've spotted and some of which you may not know about, and they also may have some strong interests that they don't necessarily show up in the skills. It's just there's a direction they want to head in their own life. And one way, what you ideally want to do is figure out a way to open that up for them so you let them direct their path. On the other hand, you're running an organization and somehow or another you need to provide some form of structure for development. How do you balance like leaving the door open wide enough for people to develop in the directions that they want to go versus needing to be organized about things and efficient about things and providing a degree of structure so that somebody new coming in, knows, I'll call it the curriculum, but I don't really, there's some structure that's in place that's a logical sequence for people to do, but ideally you want to leave that open enough for people to be able to do the things that they would like to do, at least within the broad parameters of the job.
Right, it's a fine line. Management within financial, fiscal responsibility and being able to allow staff to develop, especially when you have young officers, as you said, that are, full of energy and want to get out there. Having 2 sons that are in their 20s now, just trying to keep any 20-year-old on the path is difficult sometimes. You're just happy you got through the teenage years when they're your own. But within the agency, and again, this comes back to the communication. I explain to my staff, listen, we have limited resources. If you can find a way, I will support you. Give me a full project. Don't just give me an idea and a concept, because I'm not going to do the legwork. If I support you, I will have your back. We will move it forward. We'll do everything we can, as long as what you're pushing is in alignment with the overall organizational vision and mission. So that's too, I like to give them, the way you can develop them in general is to give them delegate to them a task to accomplish. And if they have to develop a program and I will, I'll go back to that women's self-defense course. My staff came to me with an idea. I said, well, you're gonna have to do more than that. I said, you find me a program, find out how much it's gonna cost, how many officers we need, what we need, where we're gonna hold it. I need a full and complete plan, and then we'll sit down and discuss it. And then, obviously, if the plan had merit, which it did, we found the resources. We found a way to do it. So it is a delicate balance, but I think once you communicate to them that, as the chief, my job is to take your ideas and make it work within the confines of the budget. And I will support you as much as I can, but we're not gonna break the bank for one program, one idea, one concept.
Going to change things up. What prompted you to get into law enforcement in the first place?
Well, so my father was a police officer back in the early 70s, with my current agency, as a matter of fact. He only did a few years. Back at that time, he had 3 boys. Salaries were not that good. So he went to, he was a mechanic also by trade, by training. So he went and he left law enforcement to become a mechanic for the betterment of the family. As I came up through the ranks, I came up through, high school and college. I had always had a great deal of respect for men and women in the military, men and women in law enforcement. It was just something that stuck with me. It's a calling. It's kind of corny to say it that way, but it is. It's a calling. It's part of who you are. It's not just a job. It's a very unique environment to work in, and it called to me, and that's what drove me to stay in it and get to where I am.
Okay. Town of Cheshire, roughly twice as big as Medfield. You're coming to Medfield, that's sort of a downshift. What is it that you see here? What prompts you to want to do that? And, what's the perspective on that shift?
Right, well, I alluded to this a little bit earlier in some of my other responses. They're not that different. Yes, the size, the population, the issues are the same. I came here, in just the time I spent up here, and when I was looking, I felt at home here. I could literally, it was, when I went back to my station, the guy's like, how was it? I'm like, it was just like driving down Maple Avenue in Cheshire. I was still home. So really, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the community. I want a community that's going to embrace me as a chief and as a member of the community, not just, that's the guy in the corner office. And then the police agency itself, I was looking for an agency that had some strong structure. From what I saw, Chief Meany, if I'm saying that, pronouncing that properly, it looks like he had a wonderful, very successful, very solid career, and the agency is on strong footing. That also appealed to me, to come to an agency that seems to be, no real issues, no real problems, is solid, strong foundation. Obviously, there's going to be some changes with the new chief coming in, but, in my approach, I think to build upon the foundation that's already been laid by my predecessors, I think we would be in good shape in a community like this.
That's probably a pretty fair perspective on this. That's a good one. If you've had a chance, you've gone through the 7-month process, so you've had some exposure to people from here in town. I'm assuming you've done some research work about Medfield, so you have a sense of what that's about, and I'm guessing one way or the other you've managed to sniff out a little bit about the police department. If you were to step back and say, recognizing, I'm asking you to shoot from the hip, so I'm not holding you to a thorough analysis. There's 3 things that pop up to my mind about things that I think are real strengths or obvious positive comments that I see, or things that I would feel good about in this department. And there's 3 areas that it seems to me, if I were to come in as new chief, these are places I could have a positive impact on improving. What would the 3 and the 3 be?
Okay. 3 and 3, that's gonna be rough.
You can go for more if you have a longer list on either one.
I go for less? No, obviously, first of all, the state-of-the-art facility that's there, that's a home run. To have that and to be able to work within those confines, that is, a lot of agencies are dream of having a facility to support their public safety officers, both police and fire, like the one you all built here in town. The other, I want to say community. You know, I've been reading the articles. I've been keeping up with everything that's going on in this process, feedback and everything else. To have a community that's this engaged in this process, this is one of the most important decisions that this board is going to make, in my opinion. The chief, the fire chief, the town administrator, these are your leaders for, for everything, for the next 15, 20 years. So it's important to have the community's feedback, and I think it's outstanding that they are this engaged to actually come here and sit through my talking tonight. And then, again, having looked through the history as much as I can, and I go back to this, Chief Meany set the table very well. I'm not seeing disciplinary issues. I'm not seeing major lawsuits. I'm not seeing any other issues. Again, until I get inside those walls, infighting doesn't appear to be an issue. Some of the issues that have plagued other agencies don't seem to be rearing their head here in Medfield. So I think you got an outstanding public safety, police department. As far as weaknesses, I've tried to keep up with things that are going on here in town as best I can on social media. The social media could be more developed. I really think this is a way to reach people. Just as an example, I threw up a post. I have about 8 people that manage our Facebook in town, and I just give people access based on what they do, whether it's a program, our Explorers program, our RAD program, things of that nature. I threw up a post last night just about keeping your feet off the dashboard because of the dangers of airbags. I got over 5,000 hits before I woke up this morning. So it's important to engage, even if it's just those simple safety messages and things like that. Other weaknesses I can't really, until I'm in here and I see where changes may need to be made or things that I may be able to complement. Okay. That's a difficult position to be in.
Okay, so I may come back in with one question. I haven't read it, but let me just finish off for now with one question. You're right. This is one of the most important decisions we're going to make. And the public safety officers in town, between police chief and the fire chief, are two of the most important. In some essential ways, you could say they are the two most important people in town because of what they do to preserve life and property. So we're sitting here trying to figure out what we need to do, and we're taking in inputs at all different levels in all different ways. But in your case, you're contemplating, moving from one town, uprooting your family, moving to a different town, taking on this new job. We're the Board of Selectmen. Presumably, we're supposed to be able to at least receive all the questions that people have. I was going to say answer, but that's clearly not the case. What questions do you have for us?
I'm really looking to find out what do you see the issues for the agency moving forward over the next 10 to 15 years? I mean, where does this community want this agency to be going? Is really the question of any chief coming in. That should be the concern, but it's definitely mine.
So I'll because I offered you could ask a question, I'll try it, and then we'll leave it up to anybody else who wants to add to it. Your basic comment about the police department being a good department and having good people in it, and as much as anything for me, having a rapport with the community that you don't automatically assume a department would have, and you especially don't automatically assume every member of the department would have. Now, maybe I've missed a few disputes, but as far as I can tell, basically it's not just the department or the chief that's got this. It's no matter who you see on the road, the presumption is that this is someone who's there to help you, and the relationship is cordial. It seems, even in a broader sense for this town, we could do more to provide more opportunities for people to develop in their jobs. So rather than just plugging people in the jobs and you kind of learn things and maybe have good experiences, being more methodical about doing that would be one of those things. I think we've gotten feedback clearly that the one area that I think the department has been struggling with more visibly recently is given the volume of complaints that people have about traffic relative to the size of the department and its ability to respond to those complaints, there's probably an open question of whether we've really figured out how to do the most we can possibly do with the resources that we have. So that's another one that would come. And this one been brought up before, but from a purely personal and uneducated perspective, the thing that I think a lot about is, given the kinds of weird stuff that happens in our society that we would never have thought could have ever been considered. And I'm not talking necessarily only about school shootings and stuff like that. I'm talking about all sorts of cyber attacks, breakdowns, major disasters. We're not, it's because we're a small town or we're a quiet town or a peaceful town. The one thing that crops into my head for whatever reason, rightly or wrongly, is, are we actually thinking enough about building a robust public safety system so that if the main components of it were to take a major hit, we would actually know what we were going to do to reconstruct and keep things going. So from my standpoint, those are long-term, those are things that pop up for me.
Okay.
Pete?
So I'd love to see a police department where the officers can actualize as much of their potential as possible, that they feel challenged, that they feel fulfilled by their positions, and I'm not sure that if that's happening right now. I'd like more information, more feedback on whether that is or is not. So I guess I'd like to have more data coming to the selectmen. I'd like to get our speeding issues in town solved. I mean, that's just been a chronic complaint by our residents. So we haven't seemed to have solved it, so I guess that's the major things that I think of.
I think in general, I'll answer this hopefully the same way I answered the question Gus forced us to answer an hour ago. I think at best it's incremental change rather than transformational change. I think if you ask people for an approval rating on the police department, it's going to be pretty high. I think if I look at the departments we have in town, if I looked at it 5 years ago prospectively, it would be one of from an outside perspective, kind of one of the better run. Doesn't generate a lot of issues. I think there's a pretty good relationship between the police department and the people in the town that's appropriate for the kind of town that we are. And so I think I would echo what Gus and Pete say, and I see those as more kind of turns of the dial rather than, complete twists or complete changes. I don't see the need. I mean, the town, everybody in every suburb always thinks the town is growing, it's amazing, it's changed incredibly, right? But most of the big growth that's happened in Medfield happened before 2000, right? I mean, so since 2000, the population of Medfield has been 12,000 since 1980, give or take some, right? Number of housing units, it's grown somewhat, but not. The big changes that happened have already happened. We're kind of are where we're going to be, and I think we certainly want our departments and our police departments to keep up with things that change, keep up with what the current techniques and current approaches are. But I don't see a lot that's broken that needs a lot of repair or sort of transformational shock or changes, which is not true of all of our departments, but I think it is true of the police department. Certainly nothing that's been brought to my attention as a selectman in my time before that on the warrant committee that required significant changes. So
Okay.
that's what I would say on that.
If I may speak to a couple of these
yeah.
points.
Yeah.
First and foremost, the transitional versus, transformational. I couldn't agree with you more. As I had said, I've already been through this once with a chief, potentially coming from the outside. I sat, I watched, I took notes, I listened. As a new chief, your job is to come in and get to know your people and to develop trust. That's what it is. And coming in and shaking the house up, unless there's a major ethical issue, legal issue, or something else that requires instantaneous change, that is not the way to come into a new agency.
But it sounds like that's what you did have in Cheshire.
Well,
I mean, obviously, you went through 4 chiefs in a short period of time. There was obviously a horrible incident in which there was a lot of criticism of the police department in Cheshire that is still ongoing, right? And so it seems to me that was a situation that did require more change, at least from
there
what I
was,
read in the
correct,
news.
there was more change on that, but to speak to that, the chief that came in, more of this was anxiety born out of the rank and file, not necessarily how he went about his approach. Policy changes, policies have to change over time. They just have to meet to be best practices in our industry, to meet every single area. You have to change policies over time. Our policies hadn't been rewritten since the mid-'70s. Some of the stuff that was in there was ridiculous. But he came in and working with me And what I would intend to do is to come here, I have to trust that the staff is there and they're competent and they're committed and they're exceptional officers, but I have to earn their trust myself. I have to earn your trust. I have to earn the trust of the community behind me, and that's going to take some time. I'm not going to walk in and be embraced right away if given the opportunity. I understand that. But as I spoke to before, the agency has a strong foundation. It's a matter of building upon what already works. And making it stronger. Speaking to the traffic issues, as I had illustrated before, my strength is really in traffic. As a reconstructionist, I do work for National Highway Traffic as far as evaluating other states on how they collect data and how they implement data. I've worked with the state of Connecticut to develop electronic citation programs that are going throughout the state of Connecticut. Really, traffic is my area of expertise in to a lesser extent with my leadership and my management skills. But my community is pretty much a mirror of this town, just slightly bigger. I can't stress that enough. So I actually think
I think you have stressed it enough.
I'm going to continue to.
I grew up 20 minutes from there, so I know what it's like. So
Let me ask, as long as I'm,
No, go right
so I'll
ahead.
finish off with the one, and this was a good question that came from the floor, so we might as well get it out of the way here. As chief, you've talked about, reaching out and getting and working with people. On the other hand, you have a police department where you have lieutenants, there's a structure to it. So in a police organization, like a military organization, there's the chain of command type structure that's the formal structure. But as a chief sitting at the top of that organization, you have the dilemma that says, well, I want my command structure to operate effectively, but I don't want to be isolated and blocked. So I also want to be able to do what I need to do to know what's going on at the ground level, and not necessarily only through the controlled channels. How do you go about balancing basically the ability to, or the efforts to go and find ground truth down on the ground outside of the chain at the same time that you reinforce the chain?
There's two very distinct differences there. You have operational issues and you have organizational issues. Operationally, when you have a conflict with how something is operating, that is the time for those strict chains of command. Whether it's a conflict with an order, conflict with a policy, conflict with a procedure, that should go through a proper chain of command because it relates to something that's part of the formalized structure. Organizationally, it's my job to go down and get to know my people. As I said before, I go to every single office, detectives in the morning, dispatch at some point of the day. I have conversations. I put my ear to the ground. I have open communication. I have open lines of communication. My door is not just open, but I'm actually out of the office going to meet the people face to face. And I think really, again, I stress, again, the communication issues. You have to have those, the staff has to trust that they can come to you. There's always going to be the time where that's going to be deferred back, say, I appreciate what you're bringing to me and what you're saying, but really the proper chain for that, again, it's not a personal issue, it's not in how it's approached, but there's a process for that. Take that to your sergeant, we'll bring it up through the chain of command. And similarly, I'm a big fan of having, consistent department meetings, so people have an open floor to speak freely. Staff meetings with command staff and leadership staff, just to try to see what's going on and try to get that full understanding of what's going on within the four walls of the building.
Good, thanks. I'm done.
All right. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. A lot of questions I would ask have already been asked, but and I'm going to ask a few that have been handed up, although not all of them. I'm going to try to summarize. Could you sort of succinctly describe kind of how we're a small department, 18 total people, how to provide promotional and specialization opportunities for young officers, and how to retain young officers in a department like this that necessarily is going to have limited opportunities along those lines?
Right, well, from a development standpoint and specialization standpoint, in a small organization, that's a lot tougher. I would look to see if there's, first of all, any regionalized teams that help develop staff. Locally, Where I come from, we share traffic investigation resources with several other towns. It's a unit, and we try to rotate officers through that to give them the training, the experience. For a few years, they handle a couple fatal investigations, things of that nature, to develop those skill sets. Also gives them a taste to see if that's something really of interest to them for the future. Similarly, special response teams, tactical teams like that, a small town just can't manage a resource of holding that on their own. So is there an opportunity for officers to become part of a regionalized team while also providing that benefit to the Medfield community, to be able to bring that resource in-house when we need it and utilize the larger group. I've also looked at smaller things to help engage the officers to keep them interested, as far as like bike patrols and things like that, where they can just patrol the downtown area. We've worked with the union on compensation and things of that nature, to be able to keep them interested in what they're doing and things like that. As far as upward mobility, the sergeant's tests are, and sergeants at least here, they're probably far and few between those opportunities. When somebody gets in, they could be there for some time. That doesn't mean that you can't get your veteran officers, your senior officers, some of that supervisory level training, because again, there are informal leaders within the building. So to be able to provide that, and also within my own office, being a mentor for them and coach them and give them the opportunity to perform, setting clear expectations for what we want to accomplish, and then working with them to round themselves out under those expectations.
What was your biggest failure as a police officer in your police career, and what did you learn from it?
I made the same mistake that a lot of new supervisors made when I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. I found that I did not break my former friendships. I didn't make the break to be a supervisor. I had a very, the people who I came up through the ranks with were still expecting me to treat them as a friend. They took advantage of our relationships, things of that nature. So it was a matter of making that break to become a supervisor and understand that the organization's best interests have to come ahead of friendships, and that there's a clear line between personal and business. And the further up you go, that line gets more and more distinct. And I've been able to make that distinction now, and my staff knows that when I'm making a decision within the building, that's a business decision. If they want to allow it to affect a personal relationship, that's on them, not on me.
If you are a social media guy, as it sounds like you are, you're probably aware of the fact that there's a number of members of the department and residents in town who want the current acting police chief to be appointed as the full-time police
Without
chief.
question.
If you are hired as the police chief, he'll still be the deputy chief. How will you manage that relationship and win the respect of officers who didn't want you to get the job?
Well, I'll say this. You don't know me yet. I'm a different face, but I'm a familiar person. So I think I'll fit in well there. But as far as Deputy Chief Wilhelmy, I've met him on one occasion. I would expect to develop a very strong relationship with him. I'm going to be relying on him to provide me some of the institutional knowledge that I lack, to understand the culture better, to make introductions throughout the community. I view, just as I view my relationship with my staff, I view it as a partnership. It's not a, yes, there's a chief and there's a deputy chief and there's a command structure, but it's a partnership. We're only going to be successful if we can both work together. I mean, I would be supporting him in his development if he feels that, he still needs changes or needs other things to happen for himself to be a better deputy chief within the agency. But I would expect to be relying on him heavily and developing him as a co-leader within the agency.
I mean, do you think the Medfield police budget and the size of the force is appropriate for the size of the town and the challenges that are facing a town that is obviously so similar to the one you currently work in?
Right. In terms of staffing levels, it's hard to determine until I get in. When you look at, especially when you, as I spoke to earlier, when you come to a town like this where the tax base is based on property taxes and there's no commercial driver, as the guardian of the finances for the police department, you really have to evaluate whether or not the level of services, do you need 19 officers? Do you need 20? Do you need 17? I would have to do some evaluation on calls for volume, other impacts for overtime, how losing one or adding one would impact overtime expenditures. As one example, within my own agency, just in the last 2 years, I looked at a anomaly within our scheduling that was creating a significant overtime expenditure. I was able to successfully lobby for the promotion of another sergeant, and while there was a $10,000 cost associated with that, we realized tens of thousands of dollars in savings in overtime. So it's really, there's much more that goes into that evaluation than just saying the number and the budget. So until you get in and get your hands dirty, that's a difficult question to answer, but it seems appropriate based on the number.
All right. I mean, if you're hired, do you intend to retire from your current position and collect a pension from there while being police chief in Medfield?
Yes.
What level of oversight? I know Cheshire has a somewhat similar government structure to us, council manager kind of
Correct.
structure. I mean, what level of oversight of the police department and the police chief do you think is appropriate for the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator?
I expect that my expertise and my background would be respected when it comes to issues related to operations. Obviously, there's always going to be give and take when it comes to budgetary discussions on what I believe is necessary versus what the town administrator and what the Board of Selectmen. That's part of the process. That's in any governmental agency. As far as oversight, I view these things as a partnership. There's no reason to be, in opposite direction, so to speak. We're all working towards the same goal at the end of the day. In my current agency, I have seven town council members. They have my phone number. If there's a question or a concern that's been voiced to one of them by one of the residents, they can call me. I don't see that as oversight. I see that as part of management and leadership. Again, I view it as a cooperative effort, not a.
This is sort of a two-part question that I'll try to shorten as much as possible. And one of the challenges, obviously, from the oversight perspective, right, from Board of Selectmen. As an aside, when I was first elected, a friend of mine who was a selectman in Brookline said to me, "My only piece of advice is if they offer you a badge, don't take it," which I said I didn't even realize that was an option, and I didn't take it, and that was, I think, probably good advice. But I mean, one of the issues that we have is that obviously we can't get in the nitty-gritty of what's going on in the department, right? Much less so in the police department than any other department in town. We have a better insight day to day, a better understanding of who the people are in the department, what they do, how they act. The nature of police work is just we can't know that. And so along the development lines, I mean, how do you see giving opportunities for younger officers to interact with the board, with the town administrator, while still respecting the chain of command?
Well, there's always opportunities. I mean, even when you're looking at succession development and development within a staff, to be able to engage an officer in how a budget is developed and understanding in that. Obviously, the budget's going to be presented to you to get them into that process of understanding how it's put together and what the process is as far as presenting the budget. That's one way to engage those younger officers. The other, obviously, like I said, these community programs. Obviously, we're going to be looking for selectmen support for these programs because some of them may have a financial element to them. So for them to be able to come here and just as I would expect them to give me a presentation, I would be moving that to up to the next level for them to have that opportunity to understand some of the stressors and some of the issues that go on with having to deal with the government agencies.
And I'm not going to ask you about the particular incident in Cheshire, but obviously there's a lot of criticism of the department, both in operationally and then in the response and the level of communication and all that. I mean, if there was a similar incident in Medfield, or a similar incident, not necessarily of the same kind, but where the police department's conduct, operational conduct was coming under heavy scrutiny, I mean, how would you respond in terms of what kind of reports you might issue, about how you might deal with changes within the department, the level of transparency, the level of explanation you want to offer to the public and to the board in addressing the issue?
Okay, so the issue that you're speaking to, first and foremost, there's a lot of misinformation that went on that issue particularly.
Yeah, I'm not asking the substance of it. I just want to get to the.
No, I know, but it just speaks. There's a lot of misinformation that went on that, and some of the, but it is rightful for the community and for people in general to question operations and response of a police agency, particularly when there's loss of life. without question. Tactical debriefing to learn how we did things, what we could do better, bringing in outside experts if necessary to review operations. And again, this is one of those reasons why we go through policies and make sure that they're contemporary and that they meet legal matters and things of that nature. That's one of the things that would be done. Also, informal debriefings would be conducted with staff to make sure that they're dealing with the issues emotionally well, the stressors and things of that nature as far as post-traumatic stress and being able to get that through. So those are really the two main areas. As far as dealing with the public, there are some incidents that you can't debate the media and you can't debate, you can't debate the media. That's not a position you ever want to be in as a police chief. It's not one you can win. My responsibility to the community is to provide transparent and clear facts on what actually occurred, what happened, answer it to the best of the ability of the agency, without doing any damage to the potential prosecution that would be to follow. So some of that is taken, some of those cues have to be taken from state's attorneys and things of that nature that are going to tell you what you can and cannot release. Can you give me the question one more time? I just want to make sure I'm touching
No, I
all
think
the
you've kind of
parts.
covered it. Just sort of how you would deal with the response, the review, kind of in terms of issuing reports and explanations and kind of, not necessarily in the aftermath or recognizing the criminal process. And it wouldn't have to necessarily be a criminal event, right? It could be another incident where the police department's conduct was called into question. We haven't had many of them, thank goodness,
Right.
of late, but it's always possible, right? And it's more on the post-incident reporting and transparency and investigation and the rest of it and how you deal with that.
Right, and again, I'm full for transparent, open policing. Body-worn cameras, at least in my agency, those are FOIable. I'm for releasing those videos. If there was a bad incident, I'm for releasing those videos early rather than waiting. And if we're wrong, let's say we're wrong, and let's move to fix the problem, correct it so it never happens again, and take our lumps, for lack of a better way of saying it. So, to that end, I'm for that. It should be open. The community has a right to know what's going on and how it's going on and why it's going on. They may not agree with it, but if it's within policy and it's legal and ethically justified, that is the stance you have to take as the police chief.
I have a couple of questions about firearm licensing and concealed carry licensing. As you may know, under Massachusetts law, local police chiefs have a lot of discretion in that area. Do you support a sort of shall issue philosophy with respect to Class A unrestricted firearms licenses?
There are a lot of elements that go into that, more so than just saying it's a shall issue. There's disqualifiers as far as history.
I mean, it's a yes or no question, but you can answer it longer, yes or no if you'd like. It sounds like the answer is no, but.
I am for the right to carry. I am for that. But from a police chief's position, there are things that have to be looked at and evaluated prior than simply just saying, I'm going to lean to the yes automatically. There's a lot, there are some things that should be disqualifiers in my opinion. And, it's something that it's your absolute right to have the firearm, but because there's a process in place, it's in place for a reason.
Can you give some examples?
Past domestic, some of these may be automatic disqualifiers based on Massachusetts state law anyway, and again, admittedly, one of the things I will have to do is get up to speed with all the Massachusetts.
It's fair to say if it's an automatic disqualifier, then it would do a disqualification.
Well, but domestic violence incidents, any histories of violent behavior, things of that nature. I don't know what's releasable as far as mental health issues and things of that nature, but those are things that I would look at very harshly.
I don't think I have any other questions. Gus or Pete, anything else?
Appreciate your stamina.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, let me just say in closing, I appreciate all of your time. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate everybody here for sticking it out for the last couple hours.
We have more to go. You get to lead.
I've worked very hard to get to the position I'm at. I feel very fortunate that I've been given the consideration to this point in this community. I really, like I said before, I really felt a connection when I've been up here. I think I'd be an outstanding asset to the agency. I understand that there's anxiety and concern from both the rank and file and from the community. It's well-founded. I mean, the change is not an easy thing to do, and if it wasn't handled with anxiety and concern, every change would happen all the time. So, I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate the professional process to this point that has been undergone here. It's been an outstanding process.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your interest.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much. So there'll be opportunities for anyone who wants to weigh in, but I think it might be helpful to framing comments from the public if we talk about this for a bit, so people get a sense of where we're thinking, what we're thinking about, and then can kind of dive into questions from that perspective. Does that make sense to you, Pete?
Sure.
It does. We start there. So hold your fire for now, and then we'll discuss it, and then we have plenty of opportunities. So, Mr. Peterson.
I guess my initial gut reaction is that they were both very impressive, that they handled the questions, the discussions very well. That's just sort of my general feeling.
I first off, thanks to the search committee. You brought two good candidates forward. One of the things that struck me in listening to the two question sessions, not only did you bring two good candidates forward, you actually brought two candidates forward who actually are different. My sense, in if I summed it up, is that Michelle, the words I wrote a few words down, and I put Michelle. I hear someone who is probably collaborative, who's focused on development, who would be more inclined to be trying to work with the people in the department, work with the community, and that focus is on making connections, developing, working collaboratively to get things done. Brian came across to me as a very experienced law enforcement officer whose frame or main perspective is one of management. So it's process, management, structure, more not, and I'm not saying that they're all one and not the other. I'm getting it. The sense I came away with was one is a person who is more connecting with the people and collaborating with the people. The other one is a person who understands or will understand the rules, the structure, the processes, will be able to connect with people, but will deal with a good piece of it through procedural process. I don't mean that as a criticism. I'm just saying it's a more structural sense when I walked away. So
I think, well, Gus, I think a lot of Brian's comments were that he's a hands-on manager and that he's out there talking to all the people that are in his department. In his he uses the word agency, but
yeah.
and
That seems to be the lingo.
Yeah, I didn't mean to sound like one of them was pulled up in his office and the other one wasn't. It was the way they chose to talk about their answers. He talked more about the structure, the management structure and how things work, where Michelle really, I heard more on connection, on working collaboratively and trying to do things. I guess the other point I would make, for me, Brian, even off his resume and everything, is bringing a wealth of experience and is bringing a wealth of experience in a town. I think he's right. He's got experience in a town that's an awful lot like ours, that in probably a lot in caliber and everything. I'm intrigued by the things that Michelle may have seen within the Providence Police Department about a broader set of issues. You wouldn't turn this into the Providence Police Department, but some of the perspectives that she has and the ideas that she had, she only seen because she was in a large city police department. And if she were good at translating those issues or those programs and things that are used at the city level and knew how to bring some of that into the town level, I can see where she could make a contribution.
So here's what I'll say, and I'll probably have a longer response to this than both of you. I thought between the two candidates, there was a very clear delineation between them. And I thought that Michelle was a far superior candidate. And so as between the two of them, I get why Mr. Pitari was here, or Deputy Chief Pitari was here. I get why both of these two candidates were offered by the committee. I think they've obviously put forward two candidates who excelled in this process and did very well going through this process. But I tried to keep an open mind going into this. But I thought, based on not only background and resume and experience and manner, that she was the superior of the two candidates. And so, to the
would
extent
agree
we're
with that,
only going to
actually,
talk
yeah.
about the two candidates, that would be my preference, and I'm happy to hear a pitch for Penarchik, but I am going to talk about Wilhelmi, because I've held my tongue on this, and let the committee process go through. I respect the work the committee has done. I understand why these two candidates made it through the process. I understand why they were recommended. I get it. I have an open mind on this as well, and so I wanted to hear your perspective on this. And so just from where I'm thinking, and I'll give you a longer, I'm not a big fan of, let me give you my thought process, but I'll give you my thought process in this, just to let you know where I'm coming from on it. As this process has gone on, and as the acting chief has been in place, I've gotten more and more comfortable with the idea that, he is an excellent choice to be a police chief. And that, knowing what I know now and didn't know last May, and I'm not questioning the process whatsoever, I think we did the right process. I think we did the right thing in letting the process play out and interviewing the two candidates recommended. I think the committee did its job and did a good job. But I don't know how much they weighed that time as the acting police chief in the overall process. And for me, I weigh it fairly heavily. And I would say, kind of when you look at the assessment center, the kind of two things have happened during his tenure that kind of brought forth to me the idea that, because again, I didn't know that much about him a year ago, right? Chain of command, hierarchical organization, you deal with the chief, right? You deal with the chief meany, I knew who he was, knew him by reputation, but didn't see him in action. But there are two things that happened during his time. First is the fake, the appliance guy who walked into the wrong house and went to Medfield instead of Dover, right? And that's the classic scenario where, half the people in the state don't know anything about Medfield, the other half think it's Medford, and then all of a sudden it's on the news, right? And that's a situation where you have someone who is, it's an agency and a chief of that agency who have to deal with a high-profile situation that's all of a sudden on the 6 o'clock news. And that was dealt with perfectly. It was a one-day news story. The thing was solved. It was gone. It was fixed. There was no recriminations. It was fine. The second thing was, and I thought, was the gun club issue, right? This issue came up with the gun club and near Walpole, the Westwood Gun Club, right? So, and it was a situation where there was some miscommunications, I think, some difficult communications out of town hall that he ended up having to get involved in. It was a big meeting. There were a lot of people there. It was one of our meetings. And I thought he handled that situation exceptionally well. He handled our meeting really well. He handled the public really well. He handled the situation very well overall. And those are two things, those are police chief things to do, right? There's no doubt, because the question you always have with anybody is, they're an excellent police officer, will they be a good chief, right? And those, and again, they're anecdotes, they're not data. In the same way that, it's a small sample size, but both of those impressed me very well. I think that some of the commentary in the surveys which obviously are confidential, was a lot of food for thought about that as well. Now, here's what I'm going to say about this. And I would say at 11:30 on Sunday night, I was coming into this trying to keep an open mind, but thinking these are two great candidates. And I think they're phenomenal candidates, right? I think particularly, obviously, I thought Captain Gett was a superior candidate. I think she'll be an outstanding chief of police someplace, maybe even Medfield, depending on how the rest of this discussion goes. I think she's very talented. 11:30 Sunday night, I was coming to this thinking I'm going to hear the interviews and I'm going to listen to it. And then, unfortunately, I have a Facebook account. And I follow a lot of the chatter and a lot of the discussion and a lot of the stuff that's gone on. And I will say that the biggest thing that's given me pause in this is all of that. The vitriol directed at the committee, the attacks and the rumors and the half-truths and the nonsense with respect to department heads in this town. The idea that the people put all this time in this committee, okay, for some ulterior motive, for some bad reason to hurt the town, or they've only been here 9 years, how could they possibly know what we want for a police chief? And I will say, all of that stuff, if I didn't have a Facebook account, I would have come with, it'd probably be much better in general. but I would have come with a clear conscience. But the thought has occurred to me, and I'm just throwing it out there. I'm throwing it out there for both of you, that if we go in this direction, and I say what I'm going to say right now, which I would have said exactly the same thing at 11:30 on Sunday night, is the reaction from the other 12,000 people in town going to be, well, all you need to do to get your way is to throw a big enough stink, right? Make all the threats you can, threaten to resign, threaten to quit, attack department heads in town, attack people on committees. If you do that, well, the selectmen are just going to cave. You make a big enough noise, and they're just going to cave, and that's how you get what you want. And the message would be, in future department hiring heads, well, you can get what you want if you make a big enough stink. And I will say that is a serious consideration. That is a serious consideration, because I don't want to see this kind of process ever happening again in this kind of situation. And I'll tell you what, it does a tremendous disservice to John Wilhelmi, okay? Because on the merits, on the facts, on his performance, he's a good candidate to be chief of police in Medfield. He doesn't need that kind of nonsense to get the job. And as a lawyer, one thing you think as a lawyer is, one of those cliches is, if the facts are on your side, you argue the facts. If the law is on your side, you argue the law. And if the facts and the law are against you, you pound the table. Well, there's been a lot of table pounding over the last 48 hours. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I'm still thinking about it. And I want to hear what both Pete and Gus have to say about this. But I will say, in my mind, that process has hurt Chief Wilhelmi, okay? And we have to weigh what impact that's going to have and how that decision will be seen and what that will happen in the future. On the other side of that, okay, many of the people in town whom I respect the most have had very cordial, substantive communications about this. And I will say, just like everything else, everybody's 90% worse online than they are in person. Because I thought all of the comments at the meeting last night were professional, they were appropriate, they were respectful, they were worthy of the town, they were worthy of Chief Wilhelmi, okay? And so I have to weigh those two things. And so, where I am right now, I think we need to seriously consider him, because I am, marking these two candidates against him. And when you hear both candidates say they think the department is in good shape, they think the department is strong, if that's the case, even though we have an absolutely outstanding candidate, and if we were here evaluating for, generic town USA, we've got two really good candidates. I think one of them is a lot superior to the other, but we've got two really good candidates. But it's not generic town USA. And you do have to consider the local aspect, you have to consider the continuity aspect, and all of those factors as well in this process. What it means overall, what it means for the department, what it means for the town, how it fits in. When we've had all these changes in department heads, we've had a new fire chief getting settled in. Do we also want a new police chief? So we have two chiefs with less than 1 year. All those things are to be considered. And so, again, I haven't made up my mind on this. And as I said, I was more, I had more conviction around this on Sunday night at 11:30 than I do now. But I do think we owe it to him, and I think, with all due respect to the various anonymous online accounts and other people who are posting things on behalf of other folks, I don't want to hold that against them, right? I really don't. I don't think we should hold it against them if we think he's the best choice. But I have to just cards on the table say that is a serious consideration for me in this process and how all that plays out. So that's all I have to say.
I'll add it. You want to go next, or you want?
Either of you, or otherwise,
No,
I know one, I see one hand up right over there.
I'm willing to put more of a clear stake in the ground on where I'm at than what I just said.
Sure.
But Pete, I'll defer to you first if you have anything.
Well, sure, I'll go ahead. I agree with you that I thought that Captain Gett was the superior candidate fairly clearly. As I listened to her, she sounded very bright and articulate and had very things. She seemed to have a very thoughtful response to everything. And I felt that Brian's response was more textbook sort of things.
He's certainly done this plenty of times.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, one of the things that, and I had found out yesterday that he was retiring and would be, maybe, I think of it as double dipping, and that bothered me.
Yeah, talk about that too.
And then I heard that Captain Gett's going to do the same thing. And so that doesn't, I guess, weigh into it for me. He has applied at a lot of other places, and this is the first place that she's applied, so that, I think that's a plus.
Yeah, it seems like it's more of a strategy on his part than it seems like this is opportunistic on her behalf at Medfield as opposed to I intend to do that. So.
I have a sense that with both of them, I was curious as to why both of them were going to college at this point in their lives, and I'm not sure I got a clear answer on that. I think it's probably part of a strategy, is the way I would interpret it, to go to Massachusetts where there's the Quinn Bill, and you get a lot more pay for having that type of background. But they're both doing that, so that I don't know that that's a distinguishing thing. But I did, just as a gut reaction, I just had a thought that Captain Garrett was the superior candidate, as you said. I know I've been very bothered by the way the whole process unfolded with respect to John Wilhelmy. And I think that the committee has done what we asked them to do, which was to give us the two best candidates.
Yeah, I don't fault the committee at all.
So that, but I don't think the committee was asked to factor into that John Wilhelmy's tenure as the interim chief, and so that just gets lost in the process, and I'm sort of at a loss as to how to deal with that still. I think it would be, I just don't know. I go back and forth. I think that if this is the best possible candidate, that strikes me that that's probably the way that we should go. When we did this with Chief Meany, I was sitting here in the other room, and I went third in the voting, and the other two selectmen had already voted for Chief Meany, and my decision was I was actually supporting the candidate from Needham, Lieutenant Lambert. He had, to me, he had a superior record, and so I had to decide what to do at that point, whether I should just make it unanimous, and I didn't think that was the right thing to do, so I just went ahead and voted for the person that I had felt I should support ahead of time. Here I'm feeling very torn because of the way that John Wilhelmy has clearly unified the department behind him. So I think that's quite remarkable. I think that's commendable, but I don't know what to do with that because, we've got a candidate we're being told by our committee is superior.
Well, I mean,
and who comes across as being very superior.
Yeah, I mean, I will say to that, I think that the double dipping on both counts is a big problem for me, right? And it's a big problem. And I get that it's legal. I get that these are benefits that are negotiated. I get all of that. But, it's kind of gross, right? And so it shouldn't be the case, and the legislatures and the other folks in Connecticut and Rhode Island and Massachusetts ought to be smarter about it. And, I don't begrudge anybody their pension benefits to be paid when they're retired and they're not working. It's really not something you're supposed to be paid when you are working and you still want to work. And so that bothers me on both accounts, right? I mean, I think, and I asked that question specifically, I had gleaned that from the many news articles on Penarchik's previous applications.
I wondered why after 29 years in Cheshire, he was leaving when it seems like he would become the next chief.
Yeah.
But he did answer that.
And that, that is a real problem for me, and I'll refrain from further commentary. That's obviously not true of Chief Wilhelmy. I'm sure that's not something the committee considered, and probably don't consider it a problem. I do. And I get it. It's something you're entitled to, but not everything you're entitled to you have to take. Not everything that's legal is okay. And, trying to, whether it's lightly game the system or heavily game the system, that says something about somebody. So, Gus.
So I'll be a little kinder to Brian. I made two comments about two good candidates. The way I would look at it, I also like Michelle better. But the way I'd put it is that I think Medfield, if the person to become the police chief in Medfield is one of those two people, the kind of person that Medfield needs is the kind of person that I think I saw in Michelle. If we were a completely disorganized, chaotic department, I might have a different view and say Brian's the one that's going to come in and get this all straightened out. So I rather than pick one as being much better than the other, I think she's more appropriate for what we would need in this town than Brian would be. So we're actually as far as these two candidates go, we're in agreement on all that. let me jump to a couple things about the internet and the Facebook post. Like Mike, when you see posts which are at best uninformed, if not deliberately misleading, that's despicable. It happens all the time on the internet. And there's two things. First off, so I went through that same emotional thing that's like, oh, great, yeah, this is the kind of behavior we want to reinforce. And then because of other forums that I work in, I've learned to flush that for a couple of reasons. Number one, that's not a good reason for us to influence our decision one way or the other. What some minority of people on the internet had to say with whatever agendas they were pushing, it is irrelevant. The internet is a megaphone that is available to a small number of people to make them sound like it's all of us, and it's not. What was all of us, as you pointed out, was the people who came to the meeting last night. It's the people who are here now. It's the people that have called, who have emailed, and have expressed their sincere sentiments about somebody on our police force that they have come to have deep respect for and care deeply about and have confidence in. The internet stuff is just smoke. Sometimes it's fun when you want to sit there and joust with people for the fun of it, but you can never lose sight of the fact that there's a bunch of braying donkeys on the internet that have things to say that don't really amount to a hill of beans. And I'm saying that more because that's what I trained myself to do, so I just push that and flush it all out. The pensions don't bother me, and I will gladly be educated about why they should bother me, but you have people who took a job, had benefits associated with that job, retired from that job, and if they're collecting a pension in accordance with the rules that their employer offered to them, that's their business. If they had a car wash that they were running on the side on the weekends, we wouldn't be sitting there saying, well, you shouldn't have that car wash. It would just be, hey, whatever, or rental property might be better. So for me, the fact that they have been able to go to a state, retire from that state, collect that pension from that state is, if it's the wrong thing, it's the state that was foolish enough to offer an overly generous benefit. That's of no consequence to me whatsoever, unless they're so close or they're so retired or their fact that they're semi-retired influences their motivation to do a good job, to stick with this job for some reasonable amount of time.
They're not retired is the way to describe it. But.
Well, but I mean, what I'm getting at is if they qualify for pension payments in another state, that's the other state's problem. It's not our problem, and I won't begrudge them that they managed to play their job in a spot that worked to their advantage. It's not my business. I don't care. I only care if, because they have that sweet deal, somehow or another that reduces their commitment to doing the best job they possibly can here. Both of them struck me as people who appeared to be committed to doing that. And as I said, I thought Michelle was the better fit. So that's all that stuff in the periphery. That's how I feel about it. As I mentioned, for anyone who's here last night, I look at this, I have taken away a much deeper appreciation for the depth of respect that the town, that many people, not everybody in town, has for John Wilhelmy. And I kind of knew that I liked him, but like Pete, I didn't really know him until he took over as deputy chief, and then certainly when he took over deputy chief, I assumed that he was at least being positioned as somebody we ought to think about. But I also care about integrity, and it's not personal integrity, it's the integrity of this town. We put in place a process that, in 20/20 hindsight, we can think of a different process, or we would have done something different and everything would be better, but the information that's driving our uncertainty right now is information that even the supporters of John Wilhelmy, some of them, have said, I didn't realize how good he could be until he became the acting chief back in the summer. And the people who have had things to say, and there are a lot of them, if they had said those things 7 months ago before we chose the process, we might have chosen a different process. It's a baffling thing to me why in this town, and this happened with Christine, so I'm not slamming anybody, but when we went to Christine to be the town administrator, the thing that didn't happen before we asked the question, do you have any interest in this job, is we didn't get Mike to say, hey, listen, you guys, we got somebody who can step right in. You really need to think seriously about Christine. We didn't have Bob Meany say, listen, yeah, not only is he my deputy chief, and not only do I think he should be the acting chief, but I think you guys are nuts if you don't bring him on board. And it's an etiquette thing. I don't think that either Mike or Bob Meany did this out of any, bad thing. I think it's some weird etiquette. I come out of the business world. You always have a recommendation of who you think should replace you. And maybe they're not chosen, but if you think you have somebody, you tell people that and you advocate for it. We didn't do that. We had silence. I looked and said, well, if it's silence, if there's no recommendation, there must be something there. I don't think that's what it was. But we went down this path. And so my point is, we initiated a process. We got a bunch of people to apply for the job. And a couple, two, that made it all, and I'll get to the committee in a minute. They went through that process. They put the time and effort into it. They put themselves out on a limb, potentially, with their current employer to pursue this opportunity. We have a committee of qualified, experienced people who, from everything I've heard, have worked absolutely diligently, objectively, and done as good a job as they can to get to these recommendations. Those are the two integrity pieces that bother me an awful lot. If we just simply turn around now and say, we didn't like the answer, throw the process out, throw the committee overboard. So I'm telling you this because I, like Mike, I want to hear what people have to say, but I want you to come back to me on what I'm talking about, not just what you like, not just the answer you want. You tell me about how this meets the integrity of this town. You tell me how this respects a committee because these are people who did their level best to come up with a good answer, and you give me a path that shows how we honor and respect those things and still get to whatever decision you think we need. Right now, my decision, not my decision, but my inclination, and I commit, Frank, I guess I can say, you and I talked, I committed one thing to Frank. I said, if we hear from two people tonight, and I don't think either one of them is really capable of being the police chief, I'm going to be right on board with we continue this discussion. I think Michelle is capable of being our, where I stand right now, I think Michelle is capable of being the Medfield police chief.
Thanks, guys. So we will now take comments. We don't have the floating microphone here, and so, well, I don't know how long that wire is, Brett.
It's taped to the floor.
And it's taped to the floor. I mean,
Or we
the
get
lectern is there. I don't know, is there any way, how far can we get that one out? I just don't want,
That one probably could get up to close to Colleen
Well,
or
people could
something.
just come up to the lectern.
right, I don't want people ever heard. Well, you gotta be heard by the microphone. I don't want, if it's a long walk. Mr. Harney, how close does he need to get to that thing, Brett?
No one could be more ignorant about what goes on Facebook than John. I never, I have a witness who lives with me, my wife.
Well, that's where all the secret hospital redevelopment plans are, though, John, so you might want to get on there.
It's not that we don't use the modern technologies, we're very skilled at that. I have basic abilities therein. But I completely ignore, and I'm frankly sad, totally agree with you. It's incredible. People should use the media in the way that you suggested tonight. That apart, this, I heard what you said there, Mr. Murray, but the obligation of the selectmen is to be well informed. And it's very difficult for us to support John Mahoney's at least additional interview to take the blame for not coming to you and informing you. You sit in the seat of authority in town. You have an obligation. Don't blame the victims. John is the victim. The community is the victim. You decided, in your wisdom, to appoint a committee that worked hard, mainly of town residents, but not only of town residents. And then you're going ahead with a decision in the face of 40 years of town experience and successful promotion of acting chief Wilhelmi. He may not be as glad-handing as some people would have liked, and extrovert as some people would like, but he's very competent and a very successful police official for the community. And to now equate his 40 years with an hour interview and make your judgment as to who is more qualified, I agree with you that the applicant from Hopkinton is very impressive. But the question is John Wilhelmi entitled to the loyalty of this community and the Board of Commissioners, which you are? After 40 years of service, do you say, man, we weren't informed about you. Maybe we made a mistake in not getting better informed. And you pay the price. With 5 years to go in town here, you're going to reject his application to be chief. Obviously, the community thought he's been deputy chief, you make him acting chief, everything goes well in the community. No one talks to the policeman, apparently, and get the sense of what they think. I understand he's a pretty stern disciplinarian, but he's got the character to do that without creating any kind of animosity, a division in the department. So it's really quite incredible that you people are now going to say, well, absent that from any consideration. We made the decision to go ahead and appoint a board. The board worked hard, comes back with a couple of finalists. Finalists really suggested by the consultant who got together that 56, 58 names and pinned down.
I don't think that's a fair characterization, John.
Pardon?
I don't think it's a fair characterization to say it's driven by the consultant. I mean, the committee interviewed these candidates. They have experienced people on the committee. And again, your point is taken. We get it. Okay, you wrap it up.
Yeah. You may not like it, Mike.
I'm not disliking
The
it.
fact is, you people made the mistake of going out when you shouldn't have.
Okay.
You put up some candidates now against a man who deserves the job.
Well, I think you,
Now
I mean,
you doubt whether you should even talk to him again about it.
no, I don't, thank you. I think you're not listening carefully to what we're saying. I think we are clearly open-minded on this topic and want to have input to answer the questions that Gus has asked. I think he's getting fair consideration right now. And that's what we want to hear about. If you want to complain that we made a mistake last May, okay.
You people shouldn't admit your own mistake. You should have had, and you did implicitly last night. You said, we didn't know the man, we didn't know enough about him, we didn't know how great he was doing.
Well, but that
And you should have known.
maybe.
It's your responsibility to know. Don't start coming back and saying, we're to blame for all this. You're to blame for it. You went out and made the decision to search when you should have an excellent person in the authority already.
Do we have other
Yeah, John, two things. Number one, first, I appreciate the things you're saying about John Wilhelmi. And so thanks for doing that. Thanks for confirming it. The process that we followed is a process which was intended to be objective and to have integrity. So I will take issue with you when you sit there and talk about what we did on the process side, because we didn't know about somebody that you think we should have chosen 7 months down the road. The whole reason we did what we did, which was to rely on people who have experience, who are technically qualified in this area, and who are using an objective process, is to avoid the subjective kind of arbitrary decisions that these decisions normally are made from. So understand why we follow that process, and it was intended to be objective, fair, and have integrity.
There's some things that are self-evident, and it was self-evident that John Wilhelmi, with 40 years of loyal service to the town of Medfield, deserved, unless there was something that came up that was sufficiently at fault, he deserved, on the basis of 40 years and obviously successful tenure for the time that he was deputy chief and then acting chief, not to embarrass him, not to embarrass the community by going out on a search to a company that fosters out-of-state applications and then come up with, a strong candidate. There's no question. Michelle is hugely impressive. But John Wilhelmi deserves the loyalty of this town based on 40 years of service.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Mr. Hinckley. You can pick the microphone of your preference, Paul. You can take this one, you can take that one. Oh, okay.
Always running out of batteries. Mike got scared. Yes, we get nice microphones.
Oh, look at this. Thank you, Brett.
It's all through him. Yeah.
You know, when I came last night to me, there's one person worse than John on Facebook and internet, that's me. I got a phone on because they gave it to me at work. I'm not getting canceled again. No tweeting, no nothing. But, and my main objection last night wasn't so much the process they went through. It's just that they didn't include the present deputy chief, which was Mr. Willen. See, now, if he came here and gave you all those questions and everything, and actually the other guy had my point when they were saying, oh, these guys got high scores, and he said, sometimes the guy that came in with 71 is smarter than all the rest with what they have. Not that that's true in all facts, but I objected mostly that he wasn't put on as a candidate. And I agree with you. You had to have one, the woman would be. Actually, it's, if she's gonna double dip, why can't you just hire her as a deputy chief? She can get just as much money, all presidential, run in town personally, and then you can just move her in. Like,
Constructive idea.
like one that,
Okay.
trained Christine, beautiful. I mean, I've been telling her for years, she's ready for the seat. I mean, and that was definitely the right way to go. She knows all about Medfield and everything. If she can't do it, God forbid what's gonna happen to the town.
All right, on that
Right.
note,
I just want,
Okay.
other comments?
I'm not a Facebook guy. One of those guys, I tell you right up front. But, I don't know, who would take the deputy chief's job if he moves up? I don't even know what you pay them. It's probably more than they pay them in, what state you from, Connecticut? No,
Yes,
Providence.
no, Providence.
Who knows? She's gonna get a pension.
Right.
She'll get one with this with the deputy chief, and then she'll move up to the chief. Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Frank?
As I told Gus and Pete today because I talked to both of them. I'm a strong supporter of John Wilhelmi. And all I've heard tonight is, even the candidates saying what a great job he's doing. I think you made the appropriate action 7 months ago by starting a search committee. I don't think we all knew how John was going to perform over the last 8 or 9 months. I think he's done an exceptional job. So that you've done your job, you guys have done a great job, but I think things have changed. And I think your obligation is to look at one thing: who's the best person for the town of Medfield, and not be everybody pointing fingers at one another. The citizens are at fault for not rallying behind John for the past few months after seeing what kind of job he's done. So I think everybody shares the blame that we're in this position today. But I've worked with John on several things over the past 6 months. I think he's exceptional. And I'm not even sure if John sat in that chair tonight, he would have done as well as those two candidates. It's not John. John's a nuts and bolts, run the department guy. And I personally think he deserves to have the job as chief.
Well, I think
That's your decision.
I was going to say to that point, Frank, one of the things that I've been thinking about with this is, and I think Bob acknowledged this last night, any hiring process is imperfect, right? You're never going to capture every aspect of the job. I do think the process as designed and as run by the committee is as good as it could be. I think it is true, as you say, that it does not play to Chief Wilhelmi's strengths. Right, I mean, he's not the world's best talker, right? Our last police chief meeting, great talker, right? And being a good talker is a big part of the interview process. Is a big part of that process, and certainly that kind of process always favors people who are good at that, right? And that's an important part of the job, right? I mean, you are the face of the department. You have to deal with communications. You've got to communicate with officers. I think if this was an agency of 150 police officers, this is a really big town. I think it would be a different situation. I mean, one of the realities of just like with our fire department, I mean, the departments are so small that there is less of an administrative role, less of a public face of the department. It's not like you're a big city police commissioner, you have a press conference every day, and you're constantly having to talk to other folks. I mean, that's why I raised a couple of incidents or anecdotes that happened that, okay, when called upon, you could execute those things well. Most of the time, you're not called upon to do it. So I think one of the things, too, we have to weigh is clearly through this process, the skills that were tested, these are the two candidates that came out. I don't think there's any doubt in the evaluation process that John Wilhelmi will be a competent police chief in that, and so he crosses that bar. And that's something you didn't know that we now know from going through the process and through the metrics that were part of that, right? Because that's one of the things that it tests. And so I'm not going to confess error in having done the search committee. You didn't know what was going to happen since May, and we're not going to relitigate it. We are here now, right?
Nobody made an error.
I am weighing that issue as well, right? When you think of the skills, what skills do you need in a 18-person police department versus a larger police department, and what is the added value, given all the change that we've had in personnel, to having some continuity in that role, for the next 4.5 years or so, or 5 years, whatever it would be, that would make the total package stronger and better for the town over that period of time than the other. And I think we have a consensus on which of the two candidates tonight we would favor if we don't go in that direction. So I hear you, what you're saying on that, and I have wrestled with that question as well, as you think about what the process.
And the pensions bother me as well. I wonder if this isn't a retirement strategy of sorts too, But I think your mission is clear. It's just, you've got to do what's best for the town of Medfield. Thank you.
2 points of emphasis.
Just name and address, please.
Yeah, Joe Brienzi, Riverside Road, Franklin. 2 points. Gus, you stated that you just felt it was weird that Mike Sullivan and kind of Chief Meany, they didn't really push for that candidate. In a way, I think they kind of did. They gave them that opportunity to be that assistant town administrator, to be the deputy chief. because God forbid, if something ever happened to either of them, they were confident that they would maintain that role. There would be no change in either department, and everything would go about its day. So it was almost that it would have been awkward for them and almost an abuse of power to really say, I want John Wilhelmi in that position, or I want Christine in that position. It was, let them speak for themselves, let them prove their work ethic, let them build trust in the community amongst themselves, and I don't want my input to tarnish that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't think there was any malicious intent on
No,
either
not
of
at
their
all.
parts. I'm telling you that from a business standpoint, in all the experience that I've had, when someone doesn't come out and say, you don't say, you put this person in,
Yeah.
you sit there and say, you know, I recommend this is the right person for the job. That's what I would automatically expect. And if I don't get that, I read into that a negative
Yeah.
message, which in the case of Christine, as soon as we opened the question, then everyone said, that's a great idea. That's kind of how I learned that just because people don't say anything in this town doesn't mean they're telling you anything.
Yeah.
And it's a
It's
more,
just
for me, it's a more acute issue with the police department as well, because we don't have that same insight, right? I mean, the reality is, we dealt with Christine a lot directly on a lot of stuff.
Correct.
Right? For good reason, we're not down at the police station going over cases and seeing how people are being disciplined and all the rest of it, right? So we don't have that insight, and I think that's where, and I have the same reaction as Gus, where because you really need somebody in the building to be able to say, now obviously we have that, but say, no, look, I mean, yes, he has not done this job, but he can, because here's all these things you don't even see that
Yeah.
never get to your attention, and the fact that he's doing a good job, that's because it's not getting to your attention, right? I mean, so it's a little bit, it's just that insight you don't have on a day-to-day basis. So you had a second point.
Yes, kind of amongst every member of us, the whole union, it's tough for us to really pitch forth who we want as a candidate. Kind of the whole process, and no knock to any of the committee, anything like that, about the whole process. It's tough for us when they meet in executive session, closed doors, no one's allowed to know anything. When it's brought up at the Selectmen's meeting, it's just about the process. You can't really talk about the candidates. The surveys we got, it was, no question was about John Wilhelmi. It was just the equipment issues, the technology. Have you ever thought of leaving the department? What do you look for in the next chief? It wasn't, what have you found has worked so far? What has improved since John Wilhelmi took over? There was nothing in the 17 questions in here that asks about John Wilhelmi. And I feel like we were kind of shut out from that process. And we understand we have a bigger voice, so we, in a way, have to quiet ourselves and let the process take its toll. And unfortunately, we've only had 24, 48 hours to really digest of who the final candidates were. And I understand that process, but we're getting blamed for not being vocal, but it's not our place to be vocal and stand out and stomp feet.
Until recently. Anything else?
That's all. No, that's all.
Could I just respond to one point on that? That you made the point that, well, we weren't asked about John Wilhelmi, and that's because the survey, I'm reading into this, so if I've got this wrong for the committee, correct me, but the committee was trying to figure out what the criteria should be for doing an objective evaluation of candidates. So the question to the police department was, what is it you think you need in a police chief? So just to be clear why, and I was with Mel when I saw that there were only 5 that came in. It's like, well, gosh, that's not a message of a strong opinion about what should happen. That's a very lackadaisical message that says, yeah, okay. And only 5, and I would chalk that up as just a lesson for however many decades into the future we're once again looking for a police chief. Don't approach those surveys like that. If you're asked for your opinion, provide it.
So on that point,
Yeah.
I know I emailed all of you last night in reference to this. Those surveys, and I told you in 2004, those surveys did go out, and an entire department responded, and those requests were ignored. A survey again went out when a new building was pitched. What would we like to see? What didn't work in the old department? What did work? Those were ignored. So why a third time should we put forth the effort in this survey when the last 2 times we were ignored?
So I'm going to respond with 2 points. I'm going to respond with 2 points. Number
I
one,
will say, you're not gonna get a ton of sympathy complaining about the building.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But if, on a less formal level, as I stated in this, come to us. And a non-selectman, walk around with us. We're going to show you plenty of things that don't work with this building. And trust me, we're very grateful for this building, but there are a lot of officer safety issues in this building that need to be addressed for us.
great. 1 point, 1 point and 1 question. The first point is, you haven't gotten any survey that we've commissioned that we've ignored. So go to 2004 if you want. This is 15 years later, and it's us. And we don't send out surveys that we ignore. Maybe whoever replaces us, that's what'll happen again. Maybe that happened in the past. So that's a point. You could take that one to the bank. But the question I have is, how do you know those 2 surveys were ignored?
Because I've asked, we have half our department is people that have been there 15, 20, 25 years, who have said what they asked for in that survey, what they asked for in the new building was not given for
Well,
them.
okay, so there's a difference between asking people for inputs and not giving everybody everything they want. That's not saying your inputs were ignored. I mean, it's a sincere question. If you know those surveys came in and they said, it's from the police and dropped in a wastebasket, that's one thing. The fact you didn't get everything you asked for, because a survey, I can guarantee you, surveys, lots of different people want lots of different things. The fact that you didn't get everything that was in the survey doesn't mean they ignored the survey. It may have been that they did a trade-off. So, I mean, it doesn't matter, especially from 2004, but I'm betting that in that new public safety building, I would be willing to bet the permanent building committee didn't ignore what you said. They may not have given you everything you asked for, but that's an important difference. So that's an inconsequential point. It sets water under the bridge.
And I'm gonna rule further discussion of the public safety building out of order for this one.
Except for the chief's office. No.
Thank you.
Lars Anderson, 6 Woodfall Road, again. Gus, I'm going to try to change your mind. I don't know if I can. And I want to start again by giving the full credit to the committee. I think the world of everybody that I know that's on it. I think as far as the committee, they did a fantastic job. And I think everybody that was here tonight can see that. The candidates were fantastic. I think if Chief Wilhelmy was 65 and walking out the door today, then we saw his replacement tonight with Michelle. Chief Wilhelmy's 60 years old. As far as him, you guys know I think the world of him. I can't think of a better guy. When I think of a genuine guy, that's him. But again, I can't fault your committee. I think over the last 7 months, I hope that you guys, everybody has seen the skill set that Chief Wilhelmy has. I know I personally worked on a shift with him every single day for 5 years. And again, I've molded my career after his. He's been a mentor to me. Pete, I'm sure you've seen in my evaluation that I gave, he always told me, my job is to teach you how to do my job so that when I don't have it, you can have it. And that's all I can say about him. I think that what we know tonight is maybe a little bit different than what we knew 7 months ago. And I think you guys did a fantastic job, and Michelle will be fantastic. I just think Chief Wilhelmy is the guy for us.
So thank you for addressing everything, because what we know tonight is more than we even knew last night. Could I ask one question?
Sure.
What do you tell the 2 candidates?
That's a hard one, right? And I think all you can tell them is that, 7 months ago we thought we needed something different, and then tonight we realized that we have the guy that we need.
So let me ask you one more question. If Chief Wilhelmy, and I have no knowledge of what he's thinking of, if he stayed. The one thing that intrigues me about Michelle is that perspective thing that I talked about, the possibility that somebody coming in, initially, she was on the bottom of my list, just so you all know. On paper, she was on the bottom of my list, because I said somebody in the Providence Police Department, looking at some of the stuff she talked about, she's working with gangbangers in Providence, and she's talking about how that's good experience for kids in Medfield. So where I started was not thinking I was gonna like her, even tonight. I don't mean I wouldn't like her, but, not as a choice. I was intrigued after I listened to her talk and after I listened to how she thought about the things that she's been exposed to and the things that she's seen and the potential that someone with that kind of a perspective could bring into this police department to improve it. Now, if it were possible for them both to be there, does that help? Does it hurt? Does it?
It can't hurt.
Okay.
Right? Be fine with me.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Good evening. Colby Roy, Sergeant on the police department here. Lived in Medfield for about 25 years before I moved out. I just want to touch on a few things. I wasn't able to be there until the last 10 minutes of the meeting last night because, ironically enough, I was at the RAD instructor class until about 8 o'clock, so couldn't make it until later on. So I just wanted to express, follow up on what Lars just said. I've molded a lot of what I do and how I work with my guys on what I've learned from John Wilhelmy. He's a phenomenal leader. Just like Lars said, you want to groom the guys below you to be able to take over your job, and that's something I really have learned from him. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Everybody kind of spoke about it last night. Put it pretty simply, I think everybody would share the same sentiment with me. I would take a bullet for the guy, and we're not going to get into a huge ordeal about everything because I feel like the department and Joe and everybody's done a wonderful job talking about him. Just based on the whole process, once again, I feel everybody's sentiments. I think you guys did a great job. There's no fault in the process. You put up two candidates. Clearly one was a little better than the other, but no fault in the whole process. I would just like to follow up on kind of what each of you said. Just, Pete, I think you made a great point that they did put good candidates up in front of us, but did they really weigh that 40 years of experience that John Wilhelmy has versus the other candidates? I think that's a really great point that you made, and it kind of speaks volumes to like what Mike was saying, opening up the eyes to everything that's been going on here. I think clearly there's a agreement that there's a lack of communication probably between the selectmen and the police that maybe we can work on in the future. And some of this information may have come out in the past, but it unfortunately did not. So once again, like I said, Pete, that was a great point as far as them weighing that with the committee. And Gus, just like you said, I agree. It's tough to just say you put this work in, but we're going to go with another direction. But just like all three of you just said, are these two candidates the right fit for us? And I think their arguments could be made one way or the other, but in my personal opinion, I think that John Wilhelmy is going to be the fit for us. You look at the retention issues and issues that we've had in the past, and at one point in time, the department was down to, I think it was 9 patrol officers to cover 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And since then, and since everything that John Wilhelmy has done as the deputy and now as the acting chief, you're looking at, I think Joe said last night, it's 52% of the department right now has under 5 years on the job. And of all of those people, everybody is here because of John Wilhelmy. And the reason that they're here is because they know what he has to offer and where he wants to go forward with this department. And they're all standing here today because they back him on that 100%. And if he wasn't in the position that he's in or the position that he could possibly be in, that these guys probably wouldn't be here, not even hired or standing here today. So that's just my support on that. And to touch base on Chief Meany, if I do recall, back when the deputy chief position was appointed and it was discussed, I believe Chief Meany specifically said that his intention was for when he walks out the door for Chief Wilhelmy to be.
But and I'm not being critical, but when he did walk out the door, he didn't give us
I understand
an
that.
answer.
I understand that, but it was discussed, and that was.
Let me ask two questions.
Yes.
One, if I can I put the search committee on the spot? You make a point that with Chief Wilhelmy, his experience, his time in the town should have been counted. Was it?
Yes.
I thought, okay. I assumed it was, but it's come up a couple times, so it was, okay. Second question for you, I'm putting you on the same spot Lars was just in.
Mm-hmm.
Would the Medfield Police Department be better off with just Chief Wilhelmy or Chief Wilhelmy plus Michelle Gett?
In my personal opinion,
Mm-hmm.
I think that the deputy chief position should come from within. Given that there is a qualified candidate for it, I don't think, this was a selection process for a chief's process.
Mhm.
This wasn't a selections process.
I'm not talking about putting people in slots. I'm saying those two people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because this is going to happen. I'm just
Right.
saying, would the department be better off with those two people in the department in positions of leadership, or would it be better off with just the one?
It's safe to say that could be feasible, but I, don't know enough about her other than what we just learned tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking for your opinion on what you saw.
She was the better of the two candidates that were up here tonight, in my opinion.
Thanks.
All right?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. Chris Bondy, 6 Homestead Drive. Lived in town 30 years, my whole life. Grew up here. Read a book or two in this library, I guess you could say. I've worked under John Wilhelmy. I was 4 years as a special police officer in town before I got on full-time last year. John gave me my start in this department. I'm not, the guys behind me that I work with every day, they voiced everything that I could sit up here and voice the whole time. I owe the guy my job. He's taught me so much. He gave me my start. That's the guy that should have the job, in my opinion. And you've heard that over and over, and you could hear that all night if we all line up here and keep saying it. The search committee had a job. You guys did it. These people are hugely qualified, more experienced than anything. I came from the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department. I worked in a different environment, just like these two people did. And you can see that they have these experiences, these outside perspectives and everything else. But to go a different route, I grew up in this town. John Wilhelmy is Medfield. That's what I grew up seeing. That's what the kids in town grew up seeing. And to go away from that, from what we've done, the 30 years that I've been here, isn't Medfield. If you want to change it and you want to go somewhere else and you want to make it what you guys want to make it because you are the people in that authoritative position, then you can. But I'm telling you, as someone that's grew up here, John Wilhelmy is Medfield. Those people are great police, could be great police chiefs, but he's the Medfield police chief. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I will say to the point of the youth of the department, and one thing I was thinking about it, 12:30 this morning after getting Joe's email, another factor in this process, and putting aside the process question for a moment, because I don't want to, it would be unfortunate if we came to the conclusion that we thought that John Wilhelmy was the best candidate and then decided, well, we're not going to hire him because we had a process, right? We could have had a different process. And yes, I understand it's awkward to say it, but, even if each of these candidates came in knowing that there was a 50-50 shot of them getting picked, right? And that there was a chance they weren't going to get picked. And I don't know how much worse it is to be not picked in favor of the interim chief versus not picked in favor of the other candidate who's applied. And so I wouldn't want to say, well, if we come to the conviction we think overall on balance the best thing for the town is to have Chief Wilhelmy to be the chief, to say, and I get your point about integrity, and I don't think it would be undermining the process to say we reached the conclusion, we've taken the information, we've taken the evidence, we're weighing the whole picture, and in our judgment, we've decided to go in this direction. I don't think that would be, I don't think that would undermine our integrity, the integrity of the process, and I think it would be unfortunate if we were to say, well, I'm sorry, Chief, but we had a process, and we think you're the best, but we can't pick you because the process came up with this. And so, just as to the youthful officer point, I think there's an added value of someone with as much local experience when you have as junior a force as we do, in the sense of trying to train them in the local knowledge, the people in the town. I think if you had a more experienced force, it'd be almost easier to bring in an outside person because you'd have that institutional knowledge throughout. So I do think there's a benefit from a training standpoint when you have a young force to having a chief with that local depth of experience to kind of bring that group in, continue to kind of give them that local flavor, which is one of the questions is about community policing, obviously, right? And so that's another one of the buzzwords. And so that's part of community policing, and it's not to say that we're a unicorn of a town. You can only have people from Medfield. We brought in people from outside and done a great job. But I would caution that we shouldn't become a prisoner of a process that we created. This was always going to be our decision. What I remember Bob Meany saying when he created the deputy chief job, and what he said was he'd be in a position to become the chief, but it would ultimately be up to all of you, is sort of how he put it, right? He'd be there to take over. He filled in when Bob was on vacation. So it wasn't necessarily, he's definitely the guy. So, well, you're going to have to decide, and we have to decide.
So let me react very quickly to what you said. I agree that if we think Chief Wilhelmi is the best candidate, we should not allow a process to prevent us from choosing the best candidate. Personally, I'm convinced that Chief Wilhelmi is the most loved candidate. I'm not convinced that he is the best candidate. I believe he's a competent, qualified, he's a valid candidate, but I have not, from anything I've seen, been convinced that he is the best candidate. I do think he's the most loved. And so I would agree with you if we were all in agreement that he's the absolute best candidate, then I'd say, yeah, don't let the process get in the way. I'm not sure that that's where, I'm just not convinced personally that's where we're at yet.
I mean, I think there's best candidate in the abstract and there's best candidate in the specific, right? And so I think it's certainly true if, again, this was an application for generic town USA and it was, a police department that's generic and you review all these candidates, I think I'd agree with you with that. I do think we have to take into account the other factors, though. And I think not just his abilities, we can all agree he'd be a good chief. I think the continuity that it would bring, I do think, I take to heart the point about opportunities for promotion within the department. I think we all agree that in all of our departments, we want to develop people who can take over, and we want to develop leaders for the future. The reality is, in a department the size of Medfield's, you're not going to, of each generation, only one at most is going to get a chance to be the chief, right? And so for people who want to advance, at some point, officers are going to have to make a choice of whether they stay or go. But I do take to heart the point that, well, if there's really only one step up, sergeant and then chief, if we're looking at recruiting officers and retaining officers, if we're going to say, well, even when we have someone that we obviously like and think is good and is qualified and has strong character, but we're still going to go outside, I do wrestle with what message that sends and what that does in the long run for trying to retain people throughout the department in the long term.
So I'm John Godino. I grew up in town for the first 22, 23 years. My parents still live down West Street. One point I wanted to make that I haven't really heard is that, just from my perspective, so I've worked for 3 different police departments, different jobs, a security agency, and I was in the military. The amount of people you see stand behind me and the guys on shift make up about 90-95% of the police department. Coming from my perspective in the public safety world, it's hard to buy that kind of loyalty. In order to run that department as efficiently and as best as possible, you need to have the rank and file behind you and willing to follow you. You don't see this, ever. I know my brother's a police officer. I know a lot of cops. They all know a lot of cops. You don't get this a lot. You just don't. If you walk into most police departments, not everyone loves their chief. You're not going to get this many cops, dispatchers, civilian personnel to show up to fight for their chief. Well, most of them probably want an outside person coming because they just don't like how it's run. So that's the one thing I really wanted to bring up. In order for the best candidate to come forward, you need someone who can lead the department. In order for someone to lead the department, they need to have the people behind them. And like I said, this is hard to find. I'm actually astounded by seeing this because this is hard to find. And that's the one perspective I bring, is being in those different places leading up to finally becoming a police officer here. It's pretty remarkable to see people come and fight for that candidate. And I think that's why it makes him the best candidate. What do you say to the committee? You're a volunteer force who we asked to give us information so we can find the best candidate. I think now that you have all the information, you can, with a full heart, tell the other 2 candidates, it's not over till it's over. We need all the information to make the correct decision. Now that we have it, that's the reason we made that decision. So I think that just the loyalty and how efficiently the department will be run because of that loyalty, something I haven't seen anywhere else. The Marine Corps, a few neighboring departments, never see that. Not even within my
Market
unit.
Basket.
What's that?
We saw it at Market Basket.
But that's the one point I wanted to make, is that this is hard to do. And the other thing is, 40 years as a police officer in one town, I've never heard of that. He's actually the first. Usually it's about 32 years is when you can retire. So just to go 8 years past that, you love what you do and you love where you do it. It's remarkable to me that he's been here 40 years. And even the few cops I've ever heard coming close to that, it's never been with the same place. So I think that's part of the reason he's developed that loyalty. What he's done, I think, is remarkable. The amount of following he has is what I think is remarkable. And when you talk about, the most loved candidate, that means something because that makes you run your department a lot more efficiently, and that makes the rank and file get behind you a lot more. So some people go, oh, well, it's just because he's liked. That means a lot. And that's why it's going to be him to be the best person to run. Michelle seems like a rock star, but she doesn't have everyone behind her like John Wilhelmi already does. And I think that's where you're going to find that X factor that makes him the guy. That's the X factor I don't think has been discussed, is the amount of stepping in front of a bullet for him. Because we all know him, we all love him, we all trust him. So I think that's the biggest thing that needs to be taken into consideration that hasn't yet. And I think that's what needs to push him over the top.
I just want to give, I don't know if Bob or Mel, if you want to weigh in at all here, I'll make sure to give you an opportunity to do so as well from the committee. Do you want to, or?
Robert Flaherty, a police officer here in Medfield. What I'm going to say has been said. It has been said, so I won't repeat it.
Thank you.
But I think you guys get the message, the Board of Selectmen. If you think that John Wilhelmi cannot be stern, you're wrong. He can be stern when the occasion arises with one of us, if they need to be. But he's a respected man of the department. I've worked with him since the Reagan administration. And I said it last night, if you could see there's no better teacher than experience. I will repeat that. And if you could only see the changes since he's been the chief, the provisional chief, which is like walking a tightrope, it's like being a fiddler on the roof. And he kept his balance on that. But the dispatch was in disarray. He straightened it out. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I would respectfully ask the Board of Selectmen to consider John Wilhelmi. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mel Siebold, Search Committee.
Snyder Road.
I'm sorry?
Snyder Road.
Oh, Snyder Road. Thank you, Mike. First thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank the police department for coming out in support of one of their own. It's I'd be disappointed if they weren't here. It's a tremendous responsibility that's thrust upon the appointing authority. The committee felt also it was a tremendous responsibility. To speak to the issue of John's character, outstanding. John's 40 years of service, we took into consideration. Quite frankly, without going into details, it's what got him to this point in the process. Police departments with professional responsibility, professional development committees, they take that into consideration. But more than that, they take into consideration, will this candidate be an outstanding police manager, police administrator? I agree with Gus wholeheartedly. The issue here is integrity. This isn't a personality contest. The issue is we felt we were charged with delivering to the town the best possible candidate of all of the candidates we screened, and we delivered what we considered were the two best. And as far as the democratic process goes, to think that the people in this room are representative of the entire population of Medfield is a mistake. Okay, and for future.
Yeah, but it's not a plebiscite, right? We have to
Right.
decide one way or the other.
No,
So,
absolutely.
I mean,
The onus
taking the
is.
substantive input, and if we wanted to run an online poll. if we
No,
would get it, we'd
no,
run an online
exactly,
poll,
but
98% of people wouldn't respond.
also the next issue, next issue you have like this, we'll get a group together, we'll come here, we'll scream about it, and hopefully change your mind on the issue.
No, and I noted that at the outset as a
Yeah.
concern I have is the way this process has been conducted in the closing days here, is that's a real serious concern and remains a real serious concern. But substantively, I think to Gus's point, you have to flush that from your mind and make the best judgment.
Right, and I do think it's a matter of integrity. And as far as our committee was concerned, we had department heads, citizens, elected town official, and the town administrator, and we agonized over it. And for me, being a former law enforcement, I agonized over it. However, we felt we have the best two candidates, and it was unanimous. I mean, with no question. And
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, any insight as to why, and maybe this is just my own perspective on this. I mean, I thought there was such a clear delineation between them. Yeah, I was really surprised that both of them were put forward. I mean, that's just kind of, even reading the background materials and all the other stuff, I mean, I get it in terms of being skilled at the process of applying for being a police chief and all that, but kind of looking through the materials and the rest of it, I mean, that does, I know it's a unanimous recommendation, and I'm sure that's what the official vote was and everything else. I mean, it was odd to me that we saw two candidates. I mean, that was a concern I had from reading the materials, and that concern is sort of reinforced now, having met them, right? I mean, it just seems to me, in thinking about the judgment and having met them, I get why. I can understand objectively why they would have been produced, but it kind of just seemed to me there should have been one recommendation.
well, it's giving
Putting aside the fact that I would like to have seen Chief Wilhelmy in the group interview.
Right.
Which has been my view for some time.
feeling that we give you two candidates with two different management styles, clearly, and you decide which style best suits this town. And that was our
And if we
feeling.
decide a third style that suits this town, that's what.
Well,
we'll decide.
that's what you'll have to decide. That's what you get paid the big
For
bucks
the record,
for.
when we got a single recommendation for the fire chief and it came to the selectmen to decide, we were sitting there, what do we get to decide? Right. So.
Well, yes or no. Right.
Getting two at least gave us, you might have chosen the one that we didn't all settle on, if it had to be one. If I had, not having been involved in any of this, if I'd just done it off the paper, I would have had Brian here.
Right.
These things all fit in there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just to react to the policemen in the back of the room, the ones that spoke and the ones that didn't. What you're doing here, what you've had to say is not lost on me. You should know that I'm still struggling with the integrity issue. And I'm still struggling with, quite aside from the integrity issue, I'm still struggling with the possibility that Michelle actually would be an important a resource for this town. So I'm still struggling with that piece, but I totally buy John's comment that this is not what you tend to see in you don't see this in very many organizations at all. And the eloquence and the way you've made your points is not lost on me. At the end of the day, although we're trying to find a police chief that's good for the town or that's the best for the town, that means it's a police chief that's best for all of you. And if it makes you feel better, you're making me struggle a lot harder with the decision.
Pete, thoughts?
It is a very hard struggle. It clearly is.
Well, here's my question to both of you, right? I mean, do you think this is a decision you're going to be able to make tonight?
Nope. Here's what I would like. This is just me asking. This is a wish list. This is not demands. I'd like to sleep on it for sure. I'd like the committee to take on what you heard here tonight, and I understand, for a second here, leave the process aside and go to your main mission, which was a recommendation on the best choice. I'm not telling you to change your mind, I'm not trying to drive you anywhere, but I'm asking you to take on what you heard here tonight, and just, if you have the time, if you can do it, and just basically say, are we remaining firm in our recommendation and exactly where we're at? Or have we heard anything in this aftermath of this that would influence our thinking? I'm not trying to force you to change it, it's just that you're the ones that have been trying to get to the right answer on this, and you've been trying to do your best that you can. I hear something that I know is important, and I know that you, at least to some degree, took that into account. I'm trying to give you as hard a night's sleep as I'm probably going to have, is what I'm really trying to do.
If I could push back on that a little bit, Gus,
Sure.
on a couple of points. One, how they weighed it, how they judged it, what have you, that's what they've done. I don't get any sense from the recommendation that it's going to change. I think this discussion and everything else puts the members of the committee who are department heads in a very awkward position. It was an awkward position to have them on the
That's
committee
fair.
anyway,
That's fair.
with one of their colleagues as a candidate, and
Yeah.
now to have it more,
Okay.
More pointedly put to that, where they're now that they have to take it back. So that's my concern with sort of, as much as
Okay. Yeah.
they
All right.
can make
That's
our
fair.
job easier,
Yeah.
I don't think we should ask them to make our job easier.
Yeah, all right.
But if the idea is that we want to sleep on it, and we're not in a position to decide.
Yeah, I would like to sleep on it.
Tonight. And, obviously the risk in doing that, right, is that the candidates are going to hear what's been said and may decide whether they want to continue the process or not. And so,
Sure.
I mean, there is that chance that our preferred candidate could decide, of the two, could decide, well, I'm done, right? And I would not want that part of the process to decide for us, right? In the sense that if you sleep on it and you and Pete come back and say, I really think it should be Michelle, and she's already popped in and said, look, you know what, I'm not coming into this, right? I need to have the full board behind me and all the rest of it, then that would be unfortunate if that were the case. And so, I mean, I would like to leave, I would like to sleep on it. Mike Pastore, poor Mike Pastore, is sitting here waiting to talk about the budget since 9 o'clock.
I'm the humble bureaucrat.
But I think, and again, if the conclusion is we can't decide tonight, then we can't decide tonight. It's too important to force a decision by a particular time. But I just want to raise those particular issues. And so I would say, unless Bob and Mel and Jason come back and say, yep, we really want to dive back into this, I don't think we should
I'm
remand.
fine. No, you make a good point. Yeah.
Pete?
So just for the record, we just can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, guys, I'm trying to get a couple things done, and one is I'm trying to continue to respect your expertise, because somehow or another what we're contemplating here is just saying, well, thanks for 7 months, but we ultimately decided we didn't like your answer, and I don't feel good about doing that either.
Chris, you want to?
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed last night's meeting, and you may have just covered this, and I just have some really basic yes or no questions on the process, just to understand it. And I think a big one for me is, Gus, I mean, I was in the corporate environment too, so I use that as my reference point. Was there ever like a 6-month review done on Officer Wilhelmy?
So we have not, I mean, one of the things that will be implemented going forward is reviews. We have not historically had reviews for department heads. Is that fair, Christine?
That's fair. Okay, so I just was curious about that. And then I'm waiting
20 years for mine.
Yeah, I know. I
I don't
just
think you're going to get it.
okay. And then just tidbits of wisdom from people that I used to work for, my old bosses, when I was someone who is in the position of hiring other people. And for what it's worth, I'm just going to throw these out there, because these are just things that have always stayed with me as really good advice. Hiring someone you really don't know is always a risk. A known entity who is a strong performer and has earned the trust and respect of his team is worth a lot. There's probably, I can't even read my own handwriting, but I think those are really the two.
Thank you.
Yep.
So here's what I'm going to suggest, and Gus and Pete, tell me if I'm wrong. And I apologize to everyone who would like us to resolve and move this. I'm going to suggest we table this for a second and do the budget talk and think about it while we talk about the budget. Since we want to sleep on it, and we have to make some budget decisions tonight to set the warrant committee up for the warrant hearing next week. And so maybe we won't sleep on it, but maybe we'll put people to sleep talking about the budget in between, and then we can come back to it. Pete, is that okay? Sure. I do want to, we need to get that business out of the way. So I apologize for that, but clearly I think there's some more ruminating going on up here on this point, and so if we can clear out the budget stuff.
I think you'd have one more
Oh,
comment here.
sure.
Gus, you said
Just
that you weren't.
name and where you
Oh, sorry. Christine Di Natale, 61 Ferry Street, Medfield police officer for 15 years. You stated that you weren't sure if Wilhelmie was the best fit or not. You hadn't decided that yet.
The best candidate.
Candidate.
Yeah.
No, you said the best fit for the town, candidate for the town. Prior to becoming deputy chief, he was our senior sergeant. His leadership got us through a lot. Several times it's been mentioned, we were down to approximately 8 officers. It was a very stressful time, and with his leadership as senior sergeant prior to becoming deputy, it helped get us through that time. And then I don't think he received enough credit as deputy chief for all he's done for the department. And clearly, when you have candidates coming in saying that they can see how well this town is, the department is, the majority of that has been with Deputy Chief Wilhelmie's guidance and leadership. So I just want to, if any doubts you have, I want to clear up. You don't need to have those doubts, because obviously he's run it well and would continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mike, do you want to step up and?
Do you have a resume?
Yeah, we just need a microphone for you. Yeah, you can sit.
Any questions from Mike? There's
So
cards
Christine, what
over
do we
there.
have to
Just
do?
pass them to Christine.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you had to say.
I think we need to have a basic budget discussion.
This looks
We
so
need to talk about
intimidating. How's everyone doing?
merit.
Okay.
We need to talk about budget cuts and where we are.
Okay.
So this is where, so this includes the budget cuts?
Yep. While you're,
Yep.
while you're.
Yeah.
The 213.
213. And that's the number.
And that's the new school number.
Yes.
Updated in there.
Yeah, the new school number's in here, and these numbers reflect both the 2% cost of living, 2% cost of living, and the 2%
If we
merit.
get to it, Mike, that's.
I won't read too much.
Well, we won't be accused of making light decisions.
No. All right, welcome, Mike Pastore.
Hey.
Warrant Committee, how are you?
Good to see you,
And so
thanks.
we have a few things we have to run through and decide. I think one is, the Warrant Committee is looking for us to vote on the town side budgets.
I think the warrant committee, I mean, that would be fine too. I think mostly what we're looking for is some direction as far as what the selectmen are thinking as far as priorities on an override. Are we holding to the free cash policy? Are we going to do that if, we're on the precipice of an override? How important is that? What are we thinking as far as department cuts? Bottom line is, we made a decision early on in the process, I would say at the beginning of the process, that we were not interested in voting on the budgets in a vacuum. So we just need a more accurate picture of the income. And I think, this is helpful in getting there. But I just don't think we're there yet, and the committee doesn't think we're there yet.
Okay. I think in our discussions on free cash, I think there's a consensus that we want to hold to the policy.
Right.
If we got to the point where we were, $200,000 apart, we would, some with greater reluctance than others, deviate from that policy. We're not going to have a $200,000 override, right? We're not close there yet, given where the school budget is right now and given where everything is falling in. And so I think we had a discussion last night about if we're going to end up having to have an override this year, structuring the articles the same way we did last year. We would reopen the warrant on Tuesday. We'd add an additional warrant in the same way. We would have to sort out kind of what would go in there, which from the school budgets would go in there, and how much of the school budget would go in there, how much of the other town departments would go in there. We have Gus's chart, which I just got updated, so I haven't looked at yet, which is sort of some guidance on allocation of how that might work.
This is from this afternoon's meeting with Christine, so this should match the numbers that are here, or should be based on the numbers. And what this is now showing is as things stand right now, we have just over $700,000 override that we need. And that's probably with a few loose ends not yet built in, but.
My loose ends are built in, but you're carrying a higher cost of living increase than I am, so that's all. You're carrying 4%, I'm carrying 2%, but.
Well, actually not, because I adjusted on this one down to 2%.
Okay, I haven't looked at your.
Yeah, so maybe you were out of the room. So
Okay.
there's 2% COLA that's built into the HR budget.
Yeah.
I then dropped the 4% COLA that I had on that line to 2%, which would kind of really be the placeholder for merit pay and for market-based adjustments if we have to budget something for them.
Okay.
So it's a total 4%, but that's how it shows up.
Christine, is this the 4.5 on schools, or are we at 4.2?
This is the 4.2, this is the 105,000 decrease that was proposed on Monday.
Who's waiting for who to talk?
So what's the question? What is the question on the table right now? The updated information, the updated income information is in here now. You have that.
Yep.
So the assumptions in this budget sheet are a 2% cost of living, a 2% merit for department heads who are eligible for a merit increase. It includes, we did have a reduction in some of our property and liability insurance. That's been reflected in here. So as far as the financial team is concerned, this is where we think our override number is at this point today.
Yep.
There are some numbers still in here in terms of enterprise fund revenue, which we're waiting for updates from Joy. She just got back. We're hoping to have those by the end of the week, but those aren't going to affect your bottom line operating override.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's helpful, and, I think that, that is going to get the committee more comfortable, with voting on the individual budgets. Again, I don't think we require that the Board of Selectmen vote on the budgets, but some guidance as to where you're at would be helpful in our decision-making process.
Okay, so now let me jump in on the conversation that was far more animated yet last night. In years past, the warrant committee is really the voice of the taxpayer, has taken a look at budgets. We always had as a goal no override, but we actually had years where we said, well, I know we don't want an override, but when we look at what it would take to not have an override, thinking about the taxpayer, but also thinking about the town, we would recommend to the town a certain override. So for instance, last year, the warrant committee came into the town meeting with a recommendation for what the schools should get, which is effectively the warrant committee recommending an override of a certain amount based on your analysis of the budgets. That's budget by budget buildup, saying this is what's prudent. And that's a recommendation. First question is, it's not clear to me after the conversation yesterday that the warrant committee is intending to do that this year. So where my question goes is, are you asking us to do that kind of an analysis and tell you what we think the override should be, and then the warrant committee will review the budgets in accordance with that? I'm not sure who's recommending or who's drawing the line in the sand for who this year.
Well, I don't know that it has to be a line in the sand. I mean, I think the bylaws are pretty clear that it's the selectmen's budget and the warrant committee makes recommendations. However it was done in the past, I think that's fine, and that gets you a certain result, and maybe the result's the same regardless of the process you use. But the warrant committee, I I think we all have the same numbers, and
Well, the question is who's drawing what lines where? So at this stage, I'm prepared to go in either direction, although I think there's an implication for us. Either in the past, the warrant committee has come in with a recommendation. If there was going to be an override at all, the warrant committee comes in with what they consider to be the prudent override. And then, I think ordinarily the selectmen agree. It's just, based on yesterday's conversation, it wasn't clear to me that that's how the warrant committee was thinking about it.
No, I mean, if your question is, do we have a number, and do we think at this point that there is or isn't going to be an override, I don't have an answer for you for that, no.
And when would you have an answer for us?
I guess when would you have an answer for us?
So now we get at what the question is, who's answering whose question? Okay, we're making progress, or maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah, so coming out of last night's conversation, I walked away from our meeting last night saying the warrant committee has no intention of doing what the warrant committee has always done and coming in with a recommendation to show us what the warrant committee is recommending by way of, if there is an override, what that override might be. I think we just confirmed that that's true. Is that?
Can you say that again?
The issue is the warrant committee providing the Board of Selectmen with a recommendation on what they think is prudent for the town to have as its budget that we then react to? Or is the Board of Selectmen giving you a strategic decision about what we think should or shouldn't be an override that you then have to live with it?
I think our recommendation is to town meeting based on the selectmen's budget.
Right, but I think to put a finer point on Gus's question, are you just going to take the budget that we give you and make that your recommendation to town meeting?
No.
Okay. And so, are you, what are you looking for from us?
Yeah.
I think some of it we've already gotten.
That's good.
Yeah.
What haven't you gotten
Well
from us?
I think your thoughts on are we expected to make budget cuts, or are we comfortable? And I guess you sort of already answered this, but are we comfortable, going into town meeting with an override scenario and not making massive cuts that we might have to make in order to?
So here's what I would say to that, Mike. I think ultimately the warrant committee has to recommend a budget to town meeting.
Yep.
I don't think you need to make department level budget cuts. I think if you're gonna say, look, and we have to make the same judgment you have to make, which is our number one priority this year avoiding override, right? If that's the question, and that what you wanna do is, your goal is to submit a budget to town meeting that has no override in it, right? It sort of leaves us with two options, right? One option is for us to took the budgets that we control and cut them enough to accommodate all the school spending and all the other spending in town meeting. Right?
That's not an acceptable option to me.
Right, so that's one option.
Sure.
The other option, the second option, right, is for us to say, we don't think there should be an override either, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to town meeting, we're gonna duke it out with the school committee over our budgets. Right, we're gonna fight, the school committee's gonna say we want 4.3, we're gonna say, no, you gotta go to 2.8, and then we get our budgets in. That's option 2, right? Option 3 then is to say, you know what, looking at everything all together, we think responsible budgeting on the town side and we're not gonna fight it out with the school committee at town meeting, so we're kind of taking as a given the budget that they're gonna propose, or the budget you're gonna propose in their behalf, right? Because they could propose a higher budget than you're gonna propose.
Yeah.
But if the budget you're going to propose would lead to an override combined with what we think is a responsible budget for the selectmen, then we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna go into town meeting with an override, and here's the numbers. We as the selectmen who write the warrant report, this is what we're gonna put in that Article 32, Article 33, whatever the override budget article be. I think those are the three options.
So let me pick up on this conversation. Now my conversation's going this way. You can just listen. If you use this framework, this is the same budget. It's the only difference is that I've organized it into 5 components. The top component is town and school employee benefits, which presumably we have virtually no control over. So that's, if you want an approval of a budget for that, it's approved because those are what the numbers are. We'd have to cut staff to have any meaningful impact on that.
Even then, it might not.
Yeah, and even then it might not. Second category, second block is the debt in principal payments, interest and principal payments on debt. Again, we don't have any choice about that. It is what it is, so that's another set of budget items that if you want to say, are they approved? Yeah, they're approved because they're specified. The third block is the capital spending, and I rolled the OPEB in there, and actually that's where we're carrying the the lines for the cost of non-budgetary articles. That's a semi-fixed, to the extent that we've specified financial policies around capital spending, that's a semi-fixed thing. We as selectmen could make a decision, for instance, to take the 25,000 out of the override, capital override, just to get 25,000 freed up if we had to do that. But that's largely got nothing to do with towns or schools. And then what you have is on the town side, there's a budget, and on the school side, there's a budget. As selectmen, if what we need is to lay out what the selectmen's guidance is, I think we can do that. We specify those first three sections, we decide what they're going to be, and then we allocate, right now, according to 75-25%, what's left for a non-override situation, and we allocate it between town and school. And we give Christine the town budget and say the selectmen have just finished their strategic budgeting for this thing. Now the town administrator figures out how to allocate within the town department budgets to fit within our guidance, or to come back in and say, well, sorry, I can't do that. I need an override for the town, which we can then carry as an option in the meeting, in the same way that the schools will do that too. My proposal, if we were going to go today, given that the warrant committee issued 3% guidance to the schools at the start of this budget cycle, is that that's what we would specify on the school side as our guidance, and the remainder would be what would go to the town for this year. And that would be a no override allocated budget, and either the town side will come back in and say we can't live with this. The schools currently will definitely come in and say we can't live with that. It will show up as an override. The taxpayers can vote on whether they're prepared to support an override or whether they're not prepared to support an override. End of story. What I don't want to see is the town continuing to get savaged by an effort to try to make up for the kind of above guidance cost on the schools. I'm not framing this as an indictment of the schools. I'm just, from a budgetary standpoint, we can't continue to go to the town that's only 25% of the bucket to make up for the overages, 75% of the bucket that the selectmen, the warrant committee have no actual legal control over.
Right, and again, one of the factors here, right, as we talked about last year, is that whatever you think the right number is for an increase, and the fact is, state aid is not keeping up with that. New growth is not keeping up with that. And so if you accept the fact, and if you look at it by any measure, right, the two areas where over the last 40 years there's been a significant inflation, way above regular inflation, is education and healthcare, right? And you can all debate the reasons why, but that's just a fact. And so the fact that the school is talking about a 4.2% increase in the budget, that's not crazy. It's not like profligate. There's not going to be gold toilet seats. It's just the mathematical reality. And I think to Gus's point, we don't want to cut town departments down to the bone, because then we're at the point of saying, if we're going to cut by that much, we're going to be laying people off in town departments, right, from our existing staff, all right? And then we also don't want to do is draw on our reserve accounts, our savings accounts, underfund our capital, underfund our long-term liabilities. Because, right, that's the other way to do it. We can just say, yeah, you know what, we'll only put 50,000 in stabilization this year, we'll only put 100 into OPEB this year, we'll cut back our capital budget down to 200, and boom, we have no override, and we'll just add to this deficit that we've had on our capital and our long-term reserves for a long time. And I think that's completely unacceptable to me, right? I mean, if we want services, they cost a certain amount, we got to pay for them. Right, I don't want to have an override either, but if this is the suite of services that people in the town have voted ourselves to have, we have to be honest about it and pay for it, right? And so while avoiding an override is a good thing, and I want to avoid it, We shouldn't avoid it with kind of financial maneuvering or with, shutting the library on Sundays or shutting town hall another day or shutting the council on aging. It's crazy to do that. because people really benefit from those services. The benefit of those services way outweigh the cost of them. But that's what we're talking about, right? Here we're talking about, okay, we're going to lay off people in the police department. We're going to lay off people in the DPW. That's what we're talking about at that level of budget cuts to get under this number. We're not talking about, the Selectmen sailboat or something like that. I still haven't found.
Just to make a point on this sheet that I just gave you, if the schools drop to your guidance, their problem would go away. And we'd still have an issue on the town side to get something down, but basically, if they actually simply complied with the guidance, the overages we're saying are significant right now go away.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a good number for them, given the
Right, they've been
structure.
pretty clear that they're uninterested in my guidance.
Well, then
Right,
the
but that
taxpayers.
can still be the budget that you propose.
Yeah.
The main budget is the warrant committee's budget.
Yeah.
And then we can do what we did last year, we'll duke it out at town meeting.
So just the budget projection that you have includes 214,000 worth of cuts from the department heads. There are some in there that the department heads are not in favor of, and they are the ones that Mike referenced, and that is closing the town hall, reducing the hours of the staff, closing the library on Sundays, and losing the Saturday program at the Council on Aging.
So we don't have updated budget worksheets for those?
No,
then?
so we did not make those changes to those budget worksheets because I recognize that the selectmen may not take those budget cuts, and I did not want to create a massive amount of paper for you if it was not true cuts. So I will email you the list of the budget cuts that we put forward that we're talking that are reflected on this sheet.
So, and the other thing that if Pete and Mike are on board with all this talking I'm doing here, is we owe you a number, which is that total number, because it may be that some of those budget cuts don't need to go to the warrant committee either.
Right.
Because you may have already cut it below what you ought to have gotten.
Right, and I will say, I'm not in favor of those particular budget cuts. I'm
Correct.
not in favor of closing the council on aging Saturdays, closing the library on Sundays. We gotta figure out another way to do that.
Yeah.
So if that means we have to propose an override, we have to propose an override, and people can decide how important those things are to them.
Gus, is it still your position that this is not a policy and that this is something that the warrant committee can implement on its own?
Well, so
That your framework.
this thing is designed, so the way when I designed it, this thing was really designed to be able to model what a no override budget, how it would be allocated.
Yeah.
So the way it really works is it would do that. There is a provision at the bottom that if there's a certain amount of money based on the way this sheet works, allocated to the town doesn't need it all, we can visibly transfer that surplus over to offset an overage on the school side, if we choose to do that, not by cutting budgets, but just because we don't need it. The thought that I would have, and if you go up to the top, you'll see, I went into this thinking, if the warrant committee did the kind of a thought process that it normally has done over the last 10 years that I've been involved, the warrant committee has, on occasion, come to a conclusion, as it did last year, that there was a certain amount of money that should be approved in an operating override because of the overall circumstances. There's a spot up at the top in the income side to plug that in.
Okay.
So it doesn't preclude the possibility of modeling in an override that the warrant committee or the warrant committee selectmen, the town administration recommend. But you don't have to do that. Right now, if you don't put anything in there, it doesn't go through. I had assumed the warrant committee would be the ones that would give us kind of that prudent spending input. If the warrant committee's not going to do that, that's okay. I think what we do as selectmen is we basically allocate a no override allocation. And then if the town can't figure out how to make it fit on the town side, then there's a town override. If the schools can't figure out how to fit on the school side, there's a school override. Or in whether we put it into a single article that breaks it, I'm not insistent on the administrative side of this, but we have visibility over which of those two budgets is not meeting the kind of standard. And I believe the selectmen do have the authority to set what those limits are. So we do get to draw the goal, the goal lines.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, but I don't know that answers my ultimate question, which was, this obviously it's taking the budget process in a slightly different direction.
It's only showing the same information in a different way.
But you're cutting.
I am trying to build discipline between the percentage, the share that the town gets versus the share that the school.
Sure. So who is the owner of that process?
Well, I think that's open for debate right now. If you want to know who actually has the spreadsheet and knows how to change it, it's me. But that number, just so you know, the 2575, that's based on the last 10 fiscal years. Right. That has been I was astonished because we do it different every year, and it comes out with what we have in those two budgets, because I pulled water and sewer out of the town side. I pulled everything out that wasn't really town operating budget. Every year, it's 2575. There were a couple of years where it was 2674, but I kept it at 2575. It's a good number. Town gets a quarter, school gets 3/4, and you got to live with that.
Okay. And the idea is that the Board of Selectmen would come up with that number rather than have kind of a consensus among the schools and the various departments and town administration.
So if there's I'm not sure how we would get a consensus among the schools and the town to change it. I would say that if the warrant committee wanted to make an argument, for instance, let me give you an example. We would change it. Let's say the school said, we need 80, and it ought to be 2080. Well, then the town side sits there and says, okay, now we're dropping a program. We're telling Parks and Rec, you're all self-supporting. And then we can get there, and then we can live with that. So we can change the percentages, but if we make those changes in any significant way, then what we're really doing is we're making a programmatic decision about something on whichever side of this we shortchange. I'm just sticking with 10 years of what we've been doing and saying, I just think we don't want right now, until we have an argument, we don't want the seesaw to tip any more in either direction than it already has. We just want to keep it where it's at. That's all.
Right. I think the benefit of this allocation in this process is that it takes some of the pressure off of the town administrator to move things between budgets. It basically says, look, we're responsible for one set of budgets. Here's the overall number. You figure that out. The school committee is responsible. Here's the overall number. You figure it out. So you're not kind of, constantly trying to shimmy everything through, right? And the big thing that it does is it takes all of the capital and long-term stuff and all of the fixed cost benefits, and it pulls that out and puts that up front, right? As opposed to, I think one of the things that happened in last year's process is that benefits number was so big, but it essentially was factored as just a town budget, right? It kind of got lost a little bit in the process, how big that was and the impact that was having overall. And this makes that more explicit. Right. So, it's not a policy, but what it is it's sort of a way of looking at this allocation to avoid kind of having to fight over it all the time, right? It's like, this is what it's historically been, this is roughly what it is, we each have to figure out how to make our own budgets work on each side of that, and then kind of come back to the middle.
There probably is one thing that's different about the budget. When we moved the capital spending up to that third section, for years, capital spending used to be the last thing we turned to.
Yeah.
And so capital spending became the thing that you figured you could scrape together with whatever was left if you weren't going to have an override. Now, what this has actually done structurally, but we've done it from a policy standpoint, but this is doing structurally, is it's moving the capital spending up to the third section. So you're kind of making decisions about that, and then it's allocating the remainder of the levy limit between the town side and school side.
Okay.
It happens to be this year, if we use the warrant committee's own 3% guidance to the schools, that solves an awful lot of this problem.
Yeah. Okay. Can I have an electronic copy
Absolutely,
to circulate to the committee?
I don't have my computer with me. I'll send it to you. We were going to talk maybe tomorrow or something. So, yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And I'll send you a new copy of the budget projection with and without the cuts that we talked about.
Great.
And I'm also happy to come to the warrant committee I think you understand this now, but if you want me to walk people through it, this is displaying information in a different way that actually, I think, gives you a better management perspective on the budget.
Yeah.
It's easier to digest.
So I think that would be a big help. We'll work in scheduling that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be out of town for the April 1st meeting, so I would suggest that it be that night.
Okay.
Uh,
You're really
we're-
having a meeting, right? It's not April Fools. Let's see if we can get Gus.
But yeah, no, let's get that on the schedule. I think that's a great idea.
Yep.
I'm not taking it personally that Selectman Marcucci left, but anything else for me?
It is 11:30. I don't think you can go more than about 3 hours without needing the men's room, right?
We've been spending a lot of time together.
Well, it's either there or it says bedtime. I'm not sure which one it is. So, don't tell him what I said. If he gets this far into the video, then he can find out.
Sorry about that.
No problem, Mike.
I disagree with everything you just said. Yes. Sorry.
Good.
All right. Anyone else need a break? Christine, have one? 5 minutes? No?
I think we should all take a 5-minute break.
Let's take a 5 minute
Yeah.
break.
Do I
5 minute
need to stay here?
No, you can.
No,
leave.
you're. I'll send you all new information.
Great.
We'll take a 5 minute break.
We'll talk to him more.
All right.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
We are back, everyone. Brett, are we back live? Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for a much-needed break, 4.5 hours in. So I think we're back to the police chief issue and what we're going to do. I mean, just a reminder, given what's in the agenda and the rest of it, I mean, obviously we can't appoint John Wilhelmy tonight. If we go in that direction, we have to have a further meeting on it. He's not on the agenda and the rest of it. But just to put that out there. But we've had 45 minutes to wallow in some numbers and marinate in the budgets and all the rest of it. It's not quite a nap, but maybe for others. But Peter, Gus, any thoughts coming out of that break, that interlude?
I still want to sleep on it.
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to marinate on it some.
Okay. So you're not ready to decide? All right. Well, that's a majority of undecided, and so then we have to look at when we reconvene. It's got to be at least 48 hours from when we would post.
We have a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday for sure, right?
Well, next Tuesday, which is the warrant
Tuesday's
hearing.
the warrant hearing.
Tuesday is the warrant hearing and the budgets associated with that. So, I mean, if that's your preference, then I would say.
Just out of curiosity, are you prepared to decide tonight?
I would be prepared to say that I think we ought to meet with John and offer the job to John at a future meeting. Yeah. So I think that that's where I am on that. So.
You want to offer the job to John?
Yeah. Well, we'd have to have a separate.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. What I said is that if to decide now, I would say I would be prepared to have a further meeting and to offer the job to John Wilhelmy as police chief, if I was to decide. That's what I said.
So my question was, two of us said we wanted to sleep on it.
Right.
And then when Mike was talking, I said, well, are you also with us, or were you prepared to decide? So
Yeah.
that was the answer.
So, but again, I don't want to twist arms or anything else, and if you want more time to think about it, this is an important decision. It affects the careers of 2 individuals and a lot of other people, and so I think then we ought to schedule a further meeting. The earliest we could meet is probably Saturday morning, right? Because that would be 48 hours from when we could post this tomorrow morning. I don't know if we want to meet on Saturday or Monday. Unfortunately, I am in Minnesota. I don't want to be on the speakerphone for this one. So we could have a Saturday meeting on this. We could have a meeting on Tuesday. We could schedule a meeting next Wednesday to deal with this issue only. And obviously, I mean, I think there is a concern that the candidates could withdraw. I mean, I think you could certainly convey the consensus of the board to Mr. Penarchik that are not going to go with him, but I don't know whether Captain Garrett would stay in the process knowing all of this. And so I appreciate that.
Would it be okay for them to inform her of what's going on here, why we're hesitating?
I
Is
mean,
there any
I
sensitivity
think she can
around
watch
doing it?
4 hours of videotape if she wants, or 3 hours. I mean, I think.
Right.
I mean,
But what I'm getting at is a little different when you just say, oh, they haven't decided yet, and you don't tell them anything, versus explaining the circumstance and saying, well, you give it, you've given it 7 months, well, you give it another 5 days, and,
I think the candidates have Facebook accounts. I think they're going to know tonight.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I think you run the risk,
Bob, you just want to get a microphone?
sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
so, I think you run the risk the longer you go. John, if the decision is to interview John, or bring John into the process, that you run the risk that she'll drop out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's wrong or right, I'm just saying,
No, I think it's a real risk.
It's a real risk.
I acknowledge it, yeah, it's a real
Yeah.
risk. But again, we shouldn't, we have to use our best judgment, and so.
We'd be no worse off if we did that than if we forced a decision. Two of us aren't ready to make it anyway, but the direction that the one is in a direction that it wouldn't matter. So I think in a way, it's not a risk.
No, I understand that. I mean, I would say though, I mean, from my perspective, I mean, this is not a, you know, I want my team to win or whatever. This is a very, very difficult decision. And, you know, I do not want it to be made by default, right? If it turns out that both of you wake up tomorrow morning and you say, look, I've heard everything and I'm convinced that, you know, Michelle Gett is the right choice, I don't want to have that taken away from, that option taken away from us, right? I mean, it's, obviously, if you were to put it on ice for a long enough time, the decision does get made for you. And I don't want John to take over the job under those circumstances, where people say, well, gee, if they could have just made up their mind 12 hours earlier, we would have had somebody else, but, you know, I think it should be an affirmative choice that we're making either way, out of respect for him and the people of the town, whether it goes the way that I think right now that it should or not. All right, so what do we think about Saturday or next week? Brett?
During the week is easier and better for us.
Yeah. And obviously, we want to have it on tape. I mean, a whole week is even worse in terms of the change, although I don't know whether that, I mean, she's not a candidate in other jobs, in other positions, right, at least?
Correct.
Right, and so it's not as though she will withdraw for something else, and so, I mean, maybe the risk of that is a little bit less in her case than it might be for someone who is in multiple searches at once.
So you're not available Monday, but you are available Tuesday?
Well, we already have a meeting
Yeah, we have a
Tuesday.
meeting Tuesday,
You know,
so-
we could schedule, you know, we could start earlier, I don't know, I mean, the warrant hearing is set for 7:30
Right.
on Tuesday. We could start earlier on Tuesday, we could go Wednesday, I mean,
I'm happy to start earlier on Tuesday, if that makes sense. Is that good?
start earlier and do, say, 5 o'clock? 5:30? 5 o'clock?
I think given the time we spent tonight, 5 o'clock is probably
5
safe.
o'clock on Tuesday, we'll set a meeting.
Well, I'm not sure, will we need that much time on Tuesday? I'm not thinking that this is something where where we've been mulling it over on Tuesday. It's like, I would like some time to think it over, and then I think we have a conversation, and then we call the shot. So my view is we could do it at 6 o'clock, and we'd be fine, unless we're thinking there's gobs of public that are yet again
Are you
going to
taking
try to
more
sway
public
us.
input?
I think at this point, I would say the public input has been taken. I don't
Yeah.
know that there's more to say on that point.
So I don't know that we have to start, I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
good to, you don't want to be rushed for time to make 7:30, but I don't
Right.
think we have to start at 5, because I think this is a half-hour conversation among the three of us.
And then the question I would have for the two of you, just from an agenda standpoint,
Yep.
right? I mean, is the discussion just going to be, in other words, if you side with me, and I still think the same thing next Tuesday as I do now, I think I will. If you agree with that, then would you be looking to offer the job to John Wilhelmy that night, or would you be looking to then schedule a further interview?
I don't think we need the interview.
I mean, do you think
Schedule another meeting?
Do we need an interview with John Wilhelmy?
Oh, no, I don't think
Okay.
so.
And so I think we can then, what we would put in the agenda, the two names under consideration for next Tuesday would be, you know, Michelle Gett and John Wilhelmy. And then I guess the other question is, right, if she does drop out and Mr. Penarchik is still interested, Do either of you want to have him back in the process?
No, I actually think, I don't, as I said, I think he was a viable candidate from a qualification standpoint, but from a match for what our town needs, I don't think what I saw in him tonight was the right match. So I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
saying
I
he
would
was
go along
disqualified,
with
but I
that.
don't think he's the right fit.
I just want to make sure we're
Yeah, no,
asking all the questions
you're
so that
asking
we
the
can
right
have
questions.
all the i's dotted and the t's crossed and the
Right.
rest of it for next Tuesday.
Yep.
On what we're going to be doing, and everybody's clear on what that is. And I might just delete my Facebook account in the interim.
Might just what?
Chris, delete my Facebook account in the interim. Chris, you have to get a microphone, though, if you want to ask a question. No, get it to a microphone. Otherwise,
That's how we keep the audience participation
otherwise, no
down.
one,
You're not gonna get up and walk to the
outside of
microphone,
this
you
room
can't
will know
talk.
what you're saying.
Just a common sense question. If you're going to put it off until Tuesday, does it make sense to do some kind of a formal performance review with him between now and then? So you have something else. Just throwing it out there.
I don't think kind of an ad hoc.
Okay.
That's not part of the, I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't think doing sort of an ad hoc performance review.
If we're going to accept him, I don't think there's anything that we can do between now and then that's other than using what we know right now that's going to drive that decision.
All right, well, I think we're done here. Do we have a motion to adjourn from the clerk? Tuesday at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Have we broken the indoor record for the longest meeting ever?
I'm
yet?
sure some of your meetings have.
Yes, we have. Okay, so I move that we,
4 hours and 48 minutes.
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Brett.